What's going on? I was doing this loading too. Yeah, I think I got a problem with that. I'm just gonna go like this. Yeah, it had a problem even booting up initially. It like took like 30 seconds, and I was like, this is not normal. You can boot up or you don't. So just go straight there. Yeah, just like that. Okay. What's up, Zara? Man, Merry Christmas, man. How was yours? What'd you do? Anything exciting happen? Like food and more food and stuff and then more food and, you know, shit like that? Alright. I'm about to show you what is, in my opinion, the coolest present ever. Well, initially, the coolest present was Biggie Fry in friggin' Nordic Skyrim armor, right? On a painting. But now, I have friggin', I don't know what you'd call him, Shinobi Big Fry in his Shinobi armor with a katana on a t-shirt. I'm trying to think maybe that took number one. I'll show it to you. Now I'm wearing it right now. I mean, I had to, man. It's the most epic shit ever. Like, come on, man. How do you get better than that? Alright, how far are we making? Just kind of messing around in Hawks Estate. I know we haven't done any of the nighttime stuff. If we have, I don't remember doing any of it. See, help me decide, sir. Turkey, nice. Rhodes Blanchard case. Gypsy Rose Blanchard. I don't know anything about the case, but somebody tried to get somebody hanged and now she's getting hung or something. Let's see, what do I have here? Just got Sandal's Rune. Everything's enchanted. Got electricity. Did I put electricity on anything else? Oh, I did. I put it on the spirit one. I think I know why I might have done that. I think I kind of want electricity on this one too for right now. Let me get one more electricity. I remember on my playthrough, I rolled with this set of daggers. It had an advantage sometimes, but it had a disadvantage, I think, more often. But with the build, oftentimes the rune would just carry it. So, like, let's say you got 10 points in runes and something that an enemy's immune to. The 10 points multiplied, like, by a bunch of criticals and shit like that. Especially if, like, that's the dagger that hit when you pull... the other dagger is the one that hits when you pull an assassination, right? Like, that'll usually take care of it. Now, I mean, it's kind of hard not to take this because of the plus 20 damage versus demons. It's kind of hard not to take that in. I don't think either of these have. I think this is human and then kind of nothing. So these are honestly kind of middle of the road. The only advantage you really have is like Orsino and Meredith at the very end. Some Revenants, but like Arcane Horrors are immune to this shit. You find them everywhere. Desire Demons, they're immune to it. Shades are immune to it. Corpses are weak to it, though. So you get a small advantage there. There's like this ambush in Act 3. It's like an Uber. It's called an Elite Boss. I forget his name. It's like really funny name. It's like on the Wounded Coast. There's like these scrolls you have to find. The scrolls of like Alweger or I forget how. Anyway, something like that. You'll know it when we get there. So you find these scrolls, and one of them like summons these 2 Elite Boss Revenants, which on the Series 1, Xbox One, and I'm pretty sure on the Series X, they're glitched. They're like level 50, and they're just unkillable. I mean, if you get them separate, you might be able to, you know, finish one off, you know, but they'll heal each other, and the problem is if they're level 50, they're healing each other at such a rate that they're actually healing as fast as you're hurting them. I'm talking, you're putting up thousands and they're healing at like 7, 8, 900, 1,000 per second, and they're healing each other. And and then they're doing the spirit pull, and then when you recover from that, the other one does the spirit pull while the other one stuns your entire enemy with fucking AOE two-handed strokes with one hand. It's just fucking stupid, right? It's doable on the 360. I've never seen a level glitch on the 360 or the PS3. So, right. So spirit is you have an advantage against revenants because they're weak to spirit. I don't know if they're weaker to spirit or electricity. I think they're one of the ones that's actually weaker to spirit, even though they're supposed to be weak to both. Orsino, it's just spirit. Even though Orsino's a blood mage, he turns into a flesh golem. And so he's actually... And there's either another blood mage or another set of blood mages in the game that's not immune to spirit. I think it's just one other blood mage that's not immune to spirit for some reason, which is weird. Maybe they're a special kind of blood mage or something. I don't know. Anyway, but he's only immune to spirit as far as I know. I don't think electric fucks with him like you would think, because he's essentially a demon in human form, basically, at that point. And then Meredith is a true Templar. She's weak to spirit and cold. Cold is probably actually better. Having a good spirit weapon, if you're melee, and then having a mage buff you with a really strong cold staff with a really high magic stat, to get whatever max buff you can get. It's probably only going to be, at that point, at the end of Act 3, probably around 6 points. Maybe 7? I don't know. I'm trying to think if I've ever buffed for 7 points at that point in the game. Anyway, whatever. You get what you can, right? That's not the worst idea. And then find something and if you got like 2 mages in your party at that point, like you've got Bethany back, and you've got, say, Meryl, and you give Meryl cold-blooded somehow, let's say you buy that, and then Bethany's got a spirit staff. It wouldn't do much for your... Actually, it would. It would give you a spirit buff to your spirit weapon. It actually would. This would be an added bonus. Added damage on top of that. So let's say your spirit weapon does... at that point 40 damage. Now it would do, or it did 42 damage. Now it would do like 47, which is pretty significant. And then the extra cold buff on top of that on that weapon, and then the cold buff on your other weapon too. See what I'm saying? Like that works. But you can mix and manage cold and spirit on all of your party with all kinds of shit. So it's not the advantage what it looks like, but it's still not bad. You do get the damage versus humans bonus on this. But, like, this is huge, because that's physical, so that at least hurts everybody. And that 20 damage versus demons, from this point on, other than Kanari, like, demons are your main threat. The human ambushes can be nasty, but the demons, they're like, I think they outweigh the human ones 3-1. And I think they outweigh them in difficulty about 2-1 for the most part. But we'll see. Oh, so this was like a Bonnie and Clyde type thing where a couple went out and did horrific shit, and the husband took most of the rap type thing. That's what it sounds like? Like I said, I don't know anything about the case. I'm just going by what you said. But sounds pretty dastardly. God, man, a fire rune right here would be fantastic. Maybe that's not the worst idea. You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking. I think I want to order something. For stream, I want to order some beer. I want to order some beer. I want to order some good beer. Something I actually like. And I didn't bring any food from. We had a nice lunch at a really cool restaurant. Met a girl who was supposedly flirting with me as our waitress. I wasn't aware of it. I just thought she was just being, a really nice waitress, because that's what just being nice to everybody is. Anyway, whatever. But yeah, we went to a really cool place that's for the chef quality food. It's really well priced. and it's right there on the seawall in Galveston, and it was nice. It was, you know, it was a treat. So did that, and it was a decent amount of food, man. It's hard to get full in a place that's, you know, like where the more the food costs, the smaller it is. You know what I'm saying? This place isn't like that. It's really reasonably priced for what they give you, because they're like, everything is just, yeah, it's just chef quality stuff. Anyway, so I know I'm gonna be hungry later too. Got a little bit of food laying around, but I'd like something. I was thinking Taco Bell. Taco Bell's so damn expensive. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh man, it's not a good idea. I'm gonna order beer. I should probably do it now, just to make sure. I know it's only 7:30, but there's only a handful of places open. I really don't feel like paying for this, but fuck it. It's Christmas, right? We can have a few sippies on Christmas night and right. Oh, that just sounds like just so much drama. That sounds like some, what is it? What's that one? It's a Crime 360, I think, or whatever, that just does like 24/7, just, you know, interviews and trials and dastardly deeds and, you know, and all this other type of stuff. I'm sure there's a lot of channels like that, but hey, what's up, Smooth? Merry Christmas, man. Oh, that's pretty Christmassy, Czar. That sounds like good Christmas material. I mean, who wants a wonderful life when you've got that? I'm just messing. Really just messing. What kind of beer should we get? You're like, well, what kind of beer do you like? See, the only way I'm going to avoid spending more on a delivery than I am on the stuff is if I order $25 worth of shit. I guess I can get beer for tomorrow too. But I guess I'm not trying to throw a fucking $100 at Speedway, but maybe that's not the worst idea. Not gonna be able to go anywhere tomorrow. I plan on streaming earlier tomorrow. Like, not just because there's like nothing else to do. Honestly, that Friday after Christmas, it's like, you know, the longest weekend in the world, and you know, everybody's either full or hungover and all that type of stuff, and you know, presents are done and the things, and I mean, I hope some of you guys can hang out if you're like stuck over at families type thing, and it's getting boring. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, sorry. Let me say that. Damn, Bloodblade. Oh, well, okay. I mean, well, there you go. I guess no excuse not to do it now, is there? Wow, thanks, man. Merry Christmas to you. Merry Christmas beers. Christmas beer fun. Although if I'm lucky, I won't see that from YouTube till like sometime next month. Boy, they hold that shit tight to the vest. But no, man, thank you very much. I'm just joking. Well, I'm not joking. They actually do that, but that'll work. Okay. Either way, that's and you know what? If I was well, we're not driving tonight, but if I was driving tonight, that might be more than I'd made driving all night. Seriously, I'm not kidding. Been nights like that. I can't see anybody being hungry for pizza on Christmas night. Good reason to be closed, right? How many deliveries do you think I'd get? How many people do you think would be starving for pizza at like 11 o'clock at night on Christmas night? Man, they're either passed out or full and passed out, or drunk and passed out, or all three of the above. Nobody's ordering pizza. I'd have like probably 3 deliveries all night for about $2. Now, somebody would probably be nice because it's Christmas. So I'd have like one of those deliveries, somebody would be like, here's $20 for Christmas. And I'd be like, man, that's friggin' amazing. Thank you so much. God bless you. Merry Christmas and all that. And then that like would be it for the whole night. I'm telling you, that's how it would go. Now, tomorrow night, don't know. Everybody's cooked, tired of cooking. Tomorrow night would be a great night. And tomorrow night, I would be driving. If I was driving, I would be driving tomorrow night. Actually would. I think it's gonna pop off. shit, the night after Halloween. Oh my God, we couldn't keep up with it. I think it's gonna be kind of the same thing. So there's a similar thing after Thanksgiving too. It's like, why are these people hungry? Because they've been freaking cooking and eating, and now their bellies are stretched, but they don't want to cook no more. So, yeah. Anyway, thank you, man. Well, shit, Bloodblade. That's super extra generous, and I really appreciate the amount, because you know exactly what DoorDash is going to do to me, right? You know that the 20% of that is right. So that definitely. I'm just thinking, should I order enough? You supposedly get some small discount. I seriously doubt it even applies to beer. Get free delivery if you order like $25 or more. If you're gonna get beer, you're probably gonna spend that. Unless I wanna, I mean, I don't know. I could do like 2 6-packs of overpriced import shit. But I don't think that's very smart. Then tomorrow I'd be right back in the same boat. If I wanted more beer for Friday night stream, which I probably will. There's Voodoo Rangers, but I can't. Have y'all ever had a Voodoo Ranger? Any of you guys had a Voodoo Ranger? Does anybody like that shit? It's like the sharpest, most bitter IPA you could possibly have. It's strong as shit for beer, I guess. I don't care. That shit is like chewing on grapefruit rinds, like this. Just chewing on grapefruit rinds that burn your throat. I can't really even get one of those down. It's just not me. I've heard some people love them, but I've seen people, now I've had a craft beer where somebody said, this is my absolute favorite beer in the whole world, you know, try one. And I'm like, well, okay, I'd be an insult not to. Okay, I'll try your beer. I tasted it, and it was like somebody had ground an aspirin into a grapefruit rind and splashed a little water on it and made me lick the motherfucker, because that's literally what it tasted like. And I'm like, I'd rather chew aspirin than drink this beer. I finished it, but I think that beer lasted me like, that's the longest lasting beer I've ever had in my life. I think it lasted me like an hour and 15 minutes to get that thing down, to not be rude. Oh, the teas? Oh, really? No shit? I know they've got several versions. It's not just Voodoo Ranger. There's some stuff, and there's some other IPAs that became more mainstream instead of just, you know, local craft. They became more mainstream, and then they branch off into this like all kinds of weird names and juicy this and huggy that, and you know, all this type of weird shit. Yeah, I'm not into bitter. I'm not into bitter. Yeah, Voodoo Ranger Juice. Hazy Imperial IPA. Yeah, Voodoo Ranger Juice. Sorry, man, I'm kind of not trusting that, man. If I see that, I don't think I'm buying that. I mean, maybe I would try one, but I don't know anybody who would have that either, to where I could be like, let me try that and see what that's like. I don't know anybody that would be drinking those. Now, one beer I'll get leans a little more to my liking. We can just sit here and casually stream for 10 hours straight and just drink beers without just getting shit-faced, but is Natty Lights, Natural Lights. I've heard people say, oh my God, that's the absolute, I don't mind them. I like them, especially in summertime. They have almost no taste. I actually like Natty Light better than I like Busch Light. And Busch Light is what Coors Light used to be like. Now Coors Light is trying to be a tasty light beer, and so now it's got this funky fake ass beer taste instead of just being basically just water, just like literally mountain water with some alcohol in it somehow, which is what it always used to be. Now it's not that anymore. Coors Light actually has kind of a Bud Light or a Miller Light tone to it. I'm not a fan of that. I think probably, well, I'm not even going to get into that. But yeah, Natty Light, but I'm not seeing it here. They're either out. I mean, this place has always had it. Shit, I used to, like, I know where the store is at, that it's because it's relatively close to me, but it was like 2 blocks from where I worked. So I would stop in there to get gas, get beer on the way home, drinks during work, you know, like stop in and get a Gatorade or a energy drink, or, you know, some shit like that, right? So that was like my go-to store. And I had a crush, maybe some of you guys might remember this from some months ago, but I had a crush on a girl that was working there too. I still kind of, I mean, I guess I could say I still do. She was really, really pretty. I did try Lone Star not that far back, and it wasn't terrible. Anybody had Lone Star recently? I don't mean Lone Star from the 80s that literally tasted like water out of the Gulf of Mexico. It was fucking salty beer. How do you make salty beer? It was the worst shit I've ever smelled or tasted in my entire life. But not that long ago, I mean, it's actually probably been a couple years at this point, because I don't go out and buy it. But I think somebody bought me one at a bar where we used to go to play pool after work some nights, because there was like a night or two a week when you had free pool, and if it rained that day, you got free pool too, just for whatever reason. So we go play pool after work. That was some years ago. But I tried a Lone Star, and I'm like, wow, this actually doesn't taste like piss and salt water. What the hell? It wasn't that bad, but my memories from the 80s are too strong. I can't trust it. It's relatively cheap. A 6-pack of 16-ounce Natty Lights here, if you go there and buy them yourself, are $6. $6 for a 6-pack of pints. A 6-pack of 16-ounce. $6. Cheapest I've ever seen beer, like, literally anywhere. But I'm not seeing them here. Yeah, they're just not here. Hold on, let me put in search. Sorry guys, I'm not trying to waste the time. Man, I don't plan on going anywhere anytime soon. Y'all probably didn't tune in for this, but damn it, I want to get the order on the way so I know it's coming and I know I have beer, and then we can just move on. Not Natural Ice, Natural Light. Yeah, wow, that's fucking weird. This is the only place. I wonder if they just stopped. I don't see why they would do that. I was their best customer for this shit back in the day. See, a 15 count of 16-ounce Miller Lights is $25. That's literally. You like them? You like them? I know dude who drank those. I know dude, he liked them. I mean, he literally liked them, and they were, God, what are they, like 12 or 14? They're almost like liquor. If I remember right, they're strong as shit. They're not a Four Loko, but they're kind of close. But they still sort of taste like beer, kinda. Honestly, I think with Steel Reserves, maybe there's a brew involved, but I think they just add the same kind of alcohol that they put in MD 2020, and then it's just beer-like. That's what I think they do. I could be wrong, but I'm not paying for Miller Lite if they want to charge like that. That's, yeah, I can get an 18 pack for $25, dude. That's case prices. That's what you pay for a friggin' case. See if there's anybody else. Hold on a second. Okay. They're far away though. I'm gonna have to pay an extra charge for them. Wonder if they have Natty Lights though. You know what? Honestly, that if they charge me an extra $1 or $2, I'm actually saving money compared to what they were trying to charge me for beer I don't even want. They got Natty Lights. God, $9 a 6-pack instead of $6. Dude, I'm literally paying 50% more for. Well, no, They would probably charge, it says $8.79, they would probably charge me, it's like $6.59. So I'm spending $2 more through DoorDash. You see how they get you? This is just rape or something. Suppose I get a discount. Let me see. I mean, I can forego expensive ass fucking fast food too. But if you double dash, that's free. I mean, the food isn't obviously, but any added service fee or any of that should be free. So I mean that's when you want to get food with your stuff, because I mean you're at least saving a little bit, I guess. I don't know if you can even call that saving. DoorDash just rapes the shit out of you. I like when I literally know the prices of this stuff. They're slapping almost 10% on it. Let's see what. Okay, so let's see. Instead of $7.99, it's $8.79. That's 80 cents, right? That's 80 cents. Yeah, they're literally adding 10% to the cost of the product, then slap you with a delivery fee, then beg you up and make you feel guilty for not giving the driver a $50 tip. But it's Christmas time, right? Let's get a DoorDash driver a tip. Let's do it. You know what? Blood, you made it happen, man. Let's get a DoorDash driver a tip. I don't know if they're super busy right now or they don't even got shit to do. And if you're out there on Christmas trying to make some money to make up for the money you spent on Christmas, I gotta respect that. Because there's no other jobs open. So if you're doing this part-time and you're spending your Christmas day away from your family, assuming you have one, you might be a lonester, and it's actually better. You know what, honestly, if I was like alone on Christmas, I didn't have this to do and I didn't have anybody to talk to, but I was I'd be out there driving. I'd totally be out there driving. I'd be meeting people, wishing them Merry Christmas, giving them their food, meeting their dogs, you know, that type of shit. I would totally be doing that. 100%. I could totally see that. I'm not trying to make a rom-com out of, you know, just out delivery driving, but seriously, I could totally see that. So how many should I get of these damn things then? Let's get like 4 of them and see if that lasts through tomorrow night too. Fuck it, right? Let me see how much that's going to be first. I might be talking out my ass now. Blood gave me boldness. I was already thinking about ordering something. I was just trying to say, well, how can we do this? And Blood's like, let's just have a shit ton of beer on me. And I'm like, oh, well, okay. Well, since you put it that way, let's go get 6 cases of these. And no, I'm just kidding. All right, so we'll just do that. I don't need to add anything to it. I mean, that seems excessive for a case. So if I'm getting 4, right, I'm getting a case. They're pints, mind you, but still, a pint of Natural Light should cost about the same as a can of any other cheap beer. Like, it's supposed to be the cheapest of the cheap. I don't really know why they price it that way, but whatever. I mean, I'm cool with that. So yeah, let's see. I'm telling you exactly what they're hitting me for. Here, hold on. Yeah, I'll be here. I'm old enough. I'm barely old enough, guys. I'm barely old enough to buy beer, though. Y'all believe me, right? It's like, dude, it's Christmas. Stop lying. Oh, okay. My bad. All right, so let's see. So, yeah, they're charging me $1.50 for a long distance fee, but no delivery fee. And I'm saving on other fees. But they want me to tip this mother they want me to tip him $10.50. Okay, yeah, that's a little excessive for grabbing me some beer and bringing it to my. No, that's a little excessive. He gets part of that fee for the actual delivery too. Polar Express. Oh, nice. Did you watch my favorite Christmas Muppet movie from memory is, I think it's oh damn. okay, like it's a beaver, and then I think like maybe another beaver and a squirrel or something, and the dude has to punch a hole because they have to make the something jamboree. Jug band jamboree. They have to make the jug band jamboree because he has to poke a hole into his mama's wash basin to put a stick and a string on it so he can make his jug band bass, right? And it's all about pretty much that. It's kind of like, you know, Lincoln not lying about chopping down the cherry tree type thing. It's got that type of theme to it. Something's jug band Christmas. God, I can't remember the name. We're talking like 35, 40 years ago. Holy shit. Don't know what I'm talking about? It's a Muppet movie. But they're not like the Muppets, like Kermit the Frog and shit like that's, you know, what's the name, Animal and all that. They're not in there. But it's the same. Who did the Muppets? Henson was behind all the Muppet stuff. Anyway, so it was a Christmas special. Yeah, just the other day. I mean, it's been at least a month or two. Maybe a little longer, but something like that. Yeah. I'm like sometimes I'll joke with a cashier, especially if she's cute. I'll be like, "You're not gonna card me?" And she laughs. I say, oh, that's funny. Okay, well, see if I pay for this beer, unless you card me. Okay, let me see your ID card. Okay, thanks. I feel better now. I have to like bribe them or blackmail them, threaten them to card me just so, yeah. All right, so yeah, we're gonna trim this total down a little bit. I don't want to stiff them, but let me make that like $9. I mean, when they say long distance, no, this isn't long distance. I mean, I know it's Christmas, but I'm gonna spend what you just gave me. I think that's fair, and I'm not skimping the suit. I'd love knowing I got a $9 tip plus the run. It's probably going to come out to $12-13 for this guy. Ish. Yeah, that's worth a drive to pick up one item and bring it to somebody. I mean, even if it's 4 or 5 of the same thing, that's you don't have to go anywhere else. You don't have to do any bullshit. You're probably right there. And it's not in any time limit, so if he's got another dash that's nearby, that's fine. As long as you bring it before 12, I guess, or as long as you get it before 12 and bring it before 1. I'm cool with that. So, I think that's fair. Honestly, I think the tip's way, way too high. $10 on a $30-something order is literally over a 30% tip. I think that's excessive. You know, if somebody's being generous, cool, but... Now, if I was making him DoorDash, if I was making him Double Dash, if I say go get food too and tack that on top of it, yeah, I would do something. Or it might be her. I wish I had some cash here. I had like no cash in the house at all, like not even a few dollars, because we've been doing this shit for the last 2 weeks, getting Walmart drop off delivery. We tried to fix the tires, so we had to do like a whole delivery for that. So I got other necessities and whatever I needed. That's just getting expensive. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna. You know what I'm gonna tell him? Bloodblade. I'm gonna say, be thankful. Bloodblade wishes you a Merry Christmas. Be grateful you got this order at all. I wonder what they'd say. They'll be like, "Oh, I know them. They're on YouTube, right? Oh yeah, man, I see them on such and such stream all the time." And I'll be like, "Really? We might even make a friend that way." Yeah, $10.50 on a $35 order? That is literally... That's literally 30%. I think that's excessive. I think that's excessive. I wouldn't expect that as a delivery driver. I wouldn't expect that at all. Okay, so be here between 9:30 and 10:30, they said. Whatever. Okay, that's fine. All good. All right. Yeah, I think if you take a straight shot from this particular 7-Eleven is where this is coming from. I think it's 4.5 miles. How do you call that long distance? I don't. I think anything outside like the 10 to 15 mile range would be considered long distance for excessive charge, but like 5 miles? I'm not really seeing that, man. Anyway, all right. Whatever. Like I said, it's Christmas. It's like, Christmas, dude, you just stiffed the dude. I did not stiff the dude. Or the lady. Whoever. No, I did not. And they're trying to entice me to add, like... Well, you know what's crazy? It's not too far from there. There's, like, one of the best taco stands ever, but they wouldn't even be open tonight. Now, I could be persuaded, even though it's not Tuesday, to send them another block down the street to go double dash, you know, like an order of friggin' street tacos with all the lime and red and green sauce and all that shit. Oh, I could totally be persuaded. I know none of them are open on Christmas, like not a single one. But that might edge me over to add a little something to that. But all right, so spent way too much on beer on Christmas Eve. What do you think, guys? Was that the wise decision? It's like, no, stupid. That's fine. Stupid for Christmas. I wanted to put one more. I don't know what I was thinking, because the next thing we do with Fenris is like, okay, nobody's immune to electricity. Oh yeah, even like local mom and pop coffee shops and stuff. I can't see any of those being open. Like, you can't even get lucky and like go into a Randall's or a, you know how Starbucks are in grocery stores? At least they are here. Randall's is the one typically, but they'll be in some Kroger's too. And fuck, maybe even H-E-B, maybe. If they're not in an H-E-B, they'll be next door. That's what H-E-B will buy up. They'll buy up an entire strip center, and then their business gets you business, your business gets them business, and then you pay them rent. So they don't make shit off their groceries, but they're making killing off real estate. Isn't that some genius shit? That's only Texas. You'd have to be in Texas to know who they are, I would think. Pretty cool business model though. Okay, I need to. See, like, that's for later. That's like for specific shit. I think Avalanche. Okay, that doesn't level up with you. All right, so yeah, I'm probably not using that either. Electric's cool in this. I want electric in this one too. And then we'll just redo our runes before we go to fight all the Canary and shit. I'm trying to think if there's like any other Canary ambushes other than the actual Yeah, agreed, man. Yeah, definitely agreed. Like I said, I was thinking about that anyway, and then Blood said, "Merry Christmas, man. Just do it, bro." Being the ultimate good influence on our actions. Right? Right, Blood? The ultimate good influence. Oh, y'all want to see this, man? I'm going to show you what is now, and I hate to say it because the coolest thing Christmas gift I probably ever got. We got, I want to say it was like 3 years ago. It might have been 2, it might have been 4. I don't know, time flies. Anyway, so I'll show you. So, any of you that have known, probably not from YouTube, maybe streaming on YouTube at some point, I had this dog. Well, it was technically my mom's dog, but everybody knew my mom took care of the dog, but it was my dog. In other words, I was the one this dog loved. I mean, he loved anybody who gave him food, so like, because he was like boxer pug. He looked like a pug, but they called him a bug. Anyway, whatever. He was just dude, right? So his name was Biggie Fry, which is like the coolest name for this particular dog ever. And Biggie Fry passed right about 2 years ago. So yeah. Anyway, so yeah, I guess this painting is a little over 2 years ago, right? So I guess this painting is right at 2 years old. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I guess it is 2 years old. Feels longer ago than that. So the painting, there's this particular dude that my mom found online, right? And so she gave me this, and I didn't really even know anything like this was really a thing. So this is like Biggie Fry, right? In Nordic Skyrim armor. Such a fucking Biggie Fry for the Nords. I'm like, my mom accidentally got it right. Like, she has no idea how right she actually got it. And I'm like, oh, okay, this might be the coolest shit ever, right? So like, I'm like, oh man. It's like, this is front and center. But then she one-upped herself. So check this out. Here, hold on. All right, let me just bring the camera in. Oh, God damn it. Are you fucking kidding me? I might not be able to move it around. God damn it. All right, well, I'm just going to have to get up kind of close to it. But, so, now, what she found was Biggie Fry in friggin', not like straight ninja armor, but I guess would you call it shinobi, or would you call it, who were the dudes that, like, they were like samurai, but they were like rogue samurai? There was a name for them. You know what I'm talking about? Like, there was even a movie with Keanu Reeves in it, of all people. And it was like the something number of who they had to either like go die for their master, or they were like rogues or something. I can't really remember. Anyway, but check this out. This is Biggie Fry in his Japanese Ronin. Yeah. Okay, this is Biggie Fry in his Ronin armor with his katana and shit. Check this out. Just being all gangster and chill and shit. Come on, man. Dude, like, I would say my mom knows me, but I mean, maybe she somehow actually magically does. She doesn't talk to me or like she does, but she gets it right. So, like, how amazing is that, right? Dude, if he'd have just been like a straight shinobi outfit, right, with the katana, like, I mean, that would have, I'm not going to say it would be, well, it would actually be a tiny bit more cool, but, I mean, that's so close to perfect. Come on, man. That's the shit right there. That's my dude, man. She knows I really miss that dog. Like, there was times where I came just to see Biggie Fry. No offense to mom or anything. I mean, yeah, I came to see my mom, but I would like be missing this dog. And yeah, anyway, we just had a bond. We were just buds. Like, there was just an unspoken. Well, I mean, dogs don't speak anymore. I mean, dogs kind of do speak, but it was like that unspoken thing. Like, we're best buds. Why are you even talking about it? You know, I'm gonna ride or die with you, especially if you got beef jerky and cheese and shit. I mean, I might still ride and die with you, but I'm most definitely riding and dying with you if you have beef jerky, cheese, turkey, you know, this type of stuff, right? Roast beef. Oh God, he loved roast beef. Anyway, but yeah, so this is probably my new favorite present of all time. Go figure. My new #1 streaming shirt. I'm just saying. Biggie Fry in friggin' Ronin armor. or whatever. Oh man. Yeah, that was my. Honestly, she could have like bought me a new computer, and I'd be like, "Wow, that's really generous. That's friggin' amazing. You have no idea how bad I need it." But my favorite present is still the shirt. I mean, I would have to be honest. Like, that's just the most gangster shit ever. Man, I don't want to spend more. I'm just friggin' wasting money. I feel like I didn't willy-nilly do it. I would put all these things in all these weapons. So, like, that's definitely solid. Because that's going to mess with pretty much anything. Even if I can't hurt it, I'm still going to hurt it. Got her to... Wait. Got her to play Oblivion? That's what you meant, right? Play Oblivion? Did she like it? I mean, did she think it was cool? I want to put an off rune. I really want to put a fire rune in this, because Fenris's entire personal companion quest in Act 2 has to do with slavers. Until you get to the very, very end, and then you deal with a mercenary, but still surrounded by a shit ton of slavers. So, like, fire damage is, like, key. I mean, if everybody has a fire damage buff on their weapon, it's not like we're just going to get wrecked. So, I mean, I don't know. But, yeah, I mean, if I really, really thought about it, I might put a fire and an electric in this one. Then the only cold damage enemies we're gonna, besides dragons. Speaking of that, I got to go back to the Wounded Coast and see if we ever went and got that dragon. I think we wrecked that dragon in about 18 seconds flat, is what I think we did. But I might be thinking of another dragon or something. All right, let's see. Do I have any? I have no armor runes. Okay, I think I'm wearing all this. She's set. I've got good runes there. See, fire and spirit, she's covered. Those are the two most common or harmful things in Act 2. Except electricity at the very end, but that's like I said, we'll deal with that when we get there. I just kept... Now, Varric, at some point here, after we get done with Zebenkek, we're not going to have Varric in the party. I'm going to switch over to Merrill, because this is going to be almost like it was in Dragon Age Origins. You can't really effectively use Morrigan until you're about 17 or 18. But then, once you've got Morrigan effective, she's almost a better blood mage than Merrill is. No, I'd actually say she is a better blood mage than Merrill is in the game. Like, if you're playing a blood mage, you can get Morrigan to do your job as if you were playing a blood mage. Like, you can even set her tactics. She can keep herself alive doing blood magic. Dude, it's crazy. It actually works. It doesn't just work. Like, if you just dump everything into magic with her, it's not as strong as you are, obviously, because you're the player character and you got access to, you know, this and that and blah, blah, blah. And she's kind of stuck with a specialty that she can't really use. I don't know really how to incorporate shape-shifting into blood magic. There's probably a way to do it. I haven't put that much thought into it. I think a pure blood mage works for me. Nothing else really goes with it. If I had a choice, I'd make her a spirit healer blood mage so that she could throw up that healing, get rid of your injuries aura, and give you health ticks every second. That's just another buff, because she can handle buffs because it's coming off of her mana and she's using her blood for power. Right? That's what I would probably do, but she's already stuck with shape-shifting when you first get her. Well, I've got these. I've got some nice resistances. And I'm not even sure if I'm wearing that yet. Let's see, what level is it? That's... I might... Now it says I'm not equipping it yet. Still got this on. Yeah, it's equipped. So... that's probably like next level type thing. I think it's level 17. I don't know exactly where we're at.
You like the shiny?
Damn. All right, man. You know, I'm just gonna fuck off some money that's... I earned all that extra money and now I'm just pissing it off, and that's stupid. Like, this is no chance of... Do I have... I don't have a Rune of Fire anyway, do I? Oh, I do have a Rune of Fire. And they're expensive, too. Damn it. Doesn't do shit against... You know, nobody's immune to what I'm doing. I'm gonna let fire staffs do the talking when we need fire. I'm gonna let a good fire staff do the talking. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it at that. That sounds wise to me. Yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and do that. All right. Yeah, so we're still running the Varric. Although we've really got to take Fenris out of town. We gotta leave Kirkwall at least once, which means we gotta drop Aveline. Fenris is, I mean, you gotta have haste. Haste is more important than healer. If you kill everybody fast enough, you don't have to heal. They can't hurt you if they're dead, right? That's always the logic. They can't kill you if they're dead. Don't just beat them, brutalize them, and the faster you do it, the less they can hurt you. Kind of hard to swing your arm when you don't have any, right? But, now let's take a look at that. I'm gonna go refill. I'm back. Fantasy 9? Oh, yeah. That's almost tactical. You could call that tactical in a sense, right? I actually like tactics. I did play the Zodiac Age. It was a, I guess, remaster of Final Fantasy 11, right? I think that was, or 12. 12, right? Final Fantasy 12, Zodiac Age. And it actually had tactics. Carried me through about 3/4 of the game to where grinding and almost impossible to get loot drops took over anything you were going to do from that point on. So I want to say, I didn't just quit on it. I gave it another day or two of just grinding, and even looking up where do you find these items that I like have to have, because I needed to free up like 4 tactic slots on like everybody. with like it was just some stupid fucking ribbon. Sorry, my French. It was some stupid ribbon, and dude, I worked for it. Maybe I didn't, maybe I didn't work like I worked for a particular thing that I never found in Demon Souls that I literally spent 9 days times about 12 hours a day. I literally spent 108 hours trying to get one at the hardest at the hardest difficulty, meaning that it was a completely black world and everybody was damn near a red demon and all this, and I'm fighting these dual wielding skeletons over and over for 7 or 8 days straight. 10, 12, 14 hours a day, all day, looking for this one thing. I wanted this achievement so bad, because I think that achievement would have given me another one. That's the only thing I'm missing on Demon Souls, is I think that one weapon and then the all weapons fully upgraded thing. And I think there's one more. It might be a weapon too, but it's like, if I can't ever find this one, I'll never get that one either. I wanted somebody to go into friggin' PvP and just, or whatever, and drop them for me. I earned it. I paid for it. I paid for it 10 times more than any other person that ever got it. And the game just said, no. Here's your 0.01% chance, and if you do it 17 million times, you still can't have it. So cruel, man. That's brutal. There should be some kind of cutoff, some kind of logic wall where it says, okay, let this dude hit the grand jackpot because he's just dumped $175 million into this 50-cent machine. Let him at least get 5,000 of it back. You know what I'm saying? Like, at some point, you have to have something in there that gives you the thing that you're obviously working for. I'm not asking for AI. I'm just asking for just a simple logic loop to cut off at some point. If the logic loop is run consecutively 100,000 times, whatever you're supposed to get, you're supposed to get. Just give it to the player at that point. That just makes the game trolling and unfun. And bad, actually. I would just say bad. My opinion. But yeah, I'm not even making up those times or anything. It was over and over and over and over and over and up. It was crazy. Anyway, shit happens. Dark Souls never really had a problem getting what I wanted. I didn't mind grinding. I knew I'd get it in a couple hours if necessary. Might get it in 30 minutes. Might take me 2 or 3 hours. Fuck, I remember going through with 99 humanity and couldn't find a humanity on a rat in like 30 runs. The route that you run, right? And then you homeward bone. The route that you run, then you homeward bone. Or you run back, but it's easier to homeward bone because you probably have 99 of them by now, right? And you think you won't have to do this but maybe 5 or 10 times to build up something for something, right? Dude, with 99 humanity on my character, it was at least a dozen runs with not a single humanity from a rat. That is like really statistically, I should have just set down my controller, not even turn my console off, ran to Circle K, got a damn lottery ticket, and just said, you pick my numbers. Because it doesn't matter. This is going to win. And just left it on the counter. Let me know when we make millions. I'm going to go back and grind for some humanity. It was like that statistically impossible that I didn't get it. It was that type of shit. I used to say, man, I swear, if there's a 0.01% chance to not get the thing that I've got a 99.9% chance, I can not get it 5 times in a row. But if there's a 0.01% chance to get something, I can do it 746 billion times and never get it once. And if I started a new character, I could do it 1 trillion times again and still not get it once, which is essentially impossible. But if it's possible, if it's impossible, I can still manage to do it in a bad way. If it's something I really need, I don't know. Everybody's gotten lucky loot drops. That one of a kind that you got on your first try, I think I've experienced that once. So, can I still complain? Yes, I can complain bitterly. And justifiably so. Definitely justifiably so. Complain bitterly about that. I'm going to go check this cave. I'm 99% sure I've been here. I think I've been to the Bone Pit too, but we need to run out of town with Fenris anyway. The one thing you have to have is... Fuck. We can go to the gallows and piss Anders off. I think we're already quote unquote friends with Anders. I don't have a worse enemy in the world than Anders, but did I just hear something? Hold on. Somebody didn't just knock on my door, did they? Says... Okay. Says there... Oh, no. They're making other stops. Okay. It's actually... Well, it's kind of cool that it actually shows that. Alright. That's cool. Alright, never mind. It's I actually should get an alert on my phone when they're pulling up. So, we need to get Anders equipped with a fire staff. Because as soon as you leave town, you're immediately ambushed. But I think you actually have to leave Kirkwall to get this ambush. So what we can do, go piss Anders off. What do we really want to do? Go piss Anders off. That's exactly what we want to go do. So let's go to the gallows, because you can side with Fenris and Anders hates you for it. Because you're telling the truth and you're being a good person. That's why Anders hates you, like Satan would hate you for being a Christian. Oh, that's not turn-based, T-verse. That's not turn-based. Hey, Smooth, go look it up. Is that Divinity 2 Ego Draconis or Dragon Knight Saga Director's Cut, which is the final... it's a slight graphical update, but it's like a potato and a skinned potato. It's still shaped like a potato, but the skinned potato is kind of smoother, but it still looks like exactly the same. That's the difference with the director's cut. They did throw in a few extra bells and whistles. But Divinity 2 developer's cut should be Ego Draconis. But that slide is more of a... Now, don't confuse this with graphics. But as far as game development, art, and style... Yeah, I think Developer's Cut is the last PC version of Ego Draconis, which is basically Dragon Knight Saga. Dragon Knight Saga just means Ego Draconis with the extra DLC, which is kind of a extended ending of the game, which is totally not needed. It's a place to go grind for some higher levels. It's like post-game content. It's like New Game Plus, basically. And there's a, extra big-ass boss battle, not like you haven't been through 50 of them already in the game, but, yeah, okay, and there's some familiar names, and I think you finally get to kick somebody's ass whose ass needed kicking the whole game, and, some stuff like that, right? But other than that, as far as the story, the lore, the game experience, the game world is concerned, it's irrelevant. Yeah, it's irrelevant, as far as that goes. I mean, it's not worth playing, it's just not needed. Right, you can get just from the base Ego Draconis the exact experience the game wants you to have, and on hard mode that shit is not easy. Anyway, so yeah, Developer's Cut I believe is what they called it on PC. It is, in my opinion, smooth. If it's, I'm gonna go look it up right now just to make sure I'm not talking out the side of my ass. But Divinity 2 Developer's Cut, I don't think they called any of the original Sin versions Developer's Cut. I don't think so. Divinity, let me just poke like an old man, like I'm using a turn phone. Developers. If it's 90% off, if it's 90% off, what's your smooth? If this, hold on, but before I say this. Oh, this is it. Oh, this is it, bro. Okay, if this is 90% off, what you're getting is a game that's worth $130 for probably about what? $5? I don't know if they see. Dragon Knight Saga was actually basically just a re-release of the game with some small graphic updates that you didn't actually see anywhere. And then the extended content, and it essentially allowed you to get the, I think it allowed you to get the achievements all over again, basically, plus the extra achievements that came with that. Like, let's see. All right, hold on. Let me see if I'm tripping, but I think I'm right in saying that. Let's see. Achievements. All right, so let's see. All right, so there's Divinity 2 Dragon Knight Saga. That's the same thing as your developer's cut, right? And then see if I can find it. I'm 99% sure it's down here. There it is. And then there's Divinity 2, which is Ego Draconis. It just doesn't say Ego Draconis, but that's what it is. You normally hear of Divinity 2 Original Sin, which is an isometric turn-based RPG, right? And I hate turn-based games personally, so whatever. But it's apparently amazing for what it is. All right, that's fine. Divinity 2 is an action game. It's an open world action RPG. I'm not going to call it, I'm not going to say it has some like Diablo or Borderlands elements because it doesn't drop loot like that. But all the loot can dictate the course of the build of your game. So it does have that, it's more like a Grim Dawn. It's more like a Grim Dawn loot system. No, because Grim Dawn drops a shit ton of loot too. Maybe not as much as Diablo, but it drops a shit ton too. So it's not one of those happy-go-lucky splash loot type of games, but the loot that you get is very relevant in terms of rune slots that you have to get and hoard to yourself based on their qualities. And each of those runes' qualities can dictate the course of your character, along with the stats that already exist in a particular style of armor and weapons, like maces, swords, and long swords, hammers. It's not a dagger game, although there is a stealth mechanic in the game. It's not employed traditionally. It's not a game where you really do that. You don't sneak up and do backstabs and assassinations in the game. So it's not, there's not really that. Although you can kinda do some shit like that. It's not stealth based like you're thinking, right? Not like, say, like Skyrim or even Dragon Age technically has a stealth mechanic. Even in Origins it has a stealth. Fuck, I mean, the Dragon Age has a stealth mechanic. It's not really like that. If I go any further, then I'd be kind of spoiling the build theory crafting in it. The skill trees look a lot like Origins. The gameplay is a lot like Origins. But the gameplay is a lot like Origins, although you have more mobility. And it's more open world than Origins because it is an open world. The game world is about 3 times the size of Skyrim. Total. But then you can do things that you only wish you could do in Skyrim. There's mods made in Skyrim just so you can do what you can actually do in this game. Like the most epic shit you can think about, yeah, you can do that. Well, can I do that too? Yeah, you can do that too. And it's written into the lore, and it's written into the whole Divinity universe, but it's its own standalone action open world game that graphics wise, Oh, well, I mean, it's better than like Jade Empire. It's better than Origins. It's probably on par with. Now, I'd say it might be like Origins, kinda, but it has its own art style. So, potato graphics actually like look beautiful. Like, there's even like a fake rendition of like God Race and things like that happen, and the character and the monster design is cool. The dude that does the soundtrack for the game, it's a particular track for particular kinds of areas, and it's constant through the game, but they're also uniquely different, that they actually describe the environment that you're in and the creatures that you meet there. And it's not easy. And you know what? I've lost 8 hours of progress in that game for not saving. And then I've had 3 saves in 15 minutes. Like, the game says, it tells you in the loading screens, it says save early, save often. If you don't, that's your fault. We're not holding your hand. If you can't find the secret that's right in front of you, even though it's only that big, well, we put it there. Oh, what? You need an arrow pointing up and down on it? Oh, yeah, sorry, we don't do that. Like, seriously. It's old school RPG meets new school RPG in an open world setting where not really that many were doing it, but they did it better than all the rest of them. I would put this game above Dragon Age Origins. And in terms of gameplay and action, I would put it side by side with Dragon Age 2. Being almost exclusively different, but the same in every way that matters. That's really the only way I can put that. I really believe what I just told you. I'm not just blowing smoke up your ass. If you can get this game for $5, you're getting a $160, $180 game for $5. It's that fucking good. It's hell, the music itself is immersive. It's immersive like Skyrim, but it's not Skyrim at all. They didn't copy any of that shit. This is a Eastern European composer. God, I used to know his name. Anyway, he passed away some years ago. So you will never get that composition again for this shit. And when you play halfway through the game, you're going to be playing some of these soundtracks at night to go to sleep, or playing this shit in the background when you're like studying for school or whatever, or you're bored at work, or that type of shit, right? That's how good it is. I can't blow this shit up enough. It's one of my top 5, if not top 3 favorite games of all time. Even with its... But now when I say potato, I'm not talking about Atari 2600. I'm just saying, obviously not next gen. But you will say to yourself after playing this game about 15 times and putting over 1,000 hours into it, you'll be like, oh my God, if they ever remastered this game with like, let me just throw this in there, either Dragon's Dogma or Kingdoms of Amalur, graphics and gameplay, you'll see what I mean if you play it. If they remastered this game with either of those, with the mechanics that are in place and the world and the radiant design that they do. Oh, by the way, in this game, except for one place in the DLC, because you're going to go online and you're going to say, "Bah, there's one place where you can farm enemies." Okay, whatever. Yeah, technically there is. Anyway, besides that bullshit, which they threw in there at the very end of the game because everybody had already max leveled the game 1,000 times, and they wanted to allow them to the new max level, which is 5 or 10 levels higher, so you can go basically do nothing because the game's over anyway. So it doesn't really matter. But besides that, once you kill something in this game, it's dead. Like, literally. I mean, maybe some rabbits or chickens might respawn here and there, but enemies, when you kill them, they're dead. Man, I killed them and I only got 2 XP for it. That's your fault. You went there either too late or whatever. Like, seriously, who else does that? Well, we need spawn points so I can cheese level and try to get up ahead of the game because it might be hard and I'm afraid of a challenge. Well, if you're that type of player, you're not an RPG player anyway. You're a Skyrim player, which is the opposite of an RPG player. That ruined the RPG genre. So, if that's the way you think, we probably don't have a whole lot to talk about. But if you're an RPG player, then damn it, this is your shit. And then when you get about, I'd say about halfway through the game, then the game opens up like like the clouds just opened up and, you know, God rays just shone in your face, and you got angels with trumpets and harps and shit singing in your ear, and you're like, oh my God, a game actually lets you do this? I've been waiting forever for that. And since this happened, you still can't do it in any other games. Why are these the only ones that actually got it right? If you like dragons and shit, why the fuck would you not play this game? It's 100,000 times better than Skyrim, and about 3 times better than Oblivion. You know what I think about Oblivion? Well, if you know me, you know what I think about Oblivion. That's saying a lot. So, there you have it. Anyway, that's my take on it. I can't give a better review than that. And I meant every word I just said, too, so.
You know, if you
I don't know if it's 3 times better than Oblivion. I mean, Oblivion's brought me some joy, man, so.
Keep that up, Sarah.
No, I'd just say it's a better game than Oblivion.
What would you suggest, Varric?
From just a straight-up RPG perspective, especially if you are a tabletop player, but you want an action open-world game. It's honestly done better than Oblivion, but it came out a year or 2 after Oblivion.
That's kind of cool.
So I'm sure they got some influence there, to be fair, right? So, why are we not getting this? Why didn't I get my cutscene? Did I? I didn't get my cutscene. He's supposed to say, I was just talking so much. Did we just get the cutscene where he says, you sure we should be here, considering who we're with? Did I just answer that subconsciously without even thinking about it? Okay, fuck that. Hold on a second. Now I think I'm tripping, man. No, because if we got the cutscene. All right, hold on a second. The game's actually, I could say honestly, at least twice, as far as the game world is concerned, at least twice as big as Skyrim, just in terms of world map. But then you got to think vertical too. So, and underground, at least twice as big, I think.
You know, if you need advice on how to lay.
We didn't already come here with Fenris, did we? There's no way we missed that cutscene. There's no way we missed that.
You can keep on hiding like a wreck amateur.
What would you suggest, Varric? Cower in the shadows like a rat?
I don't know. That's really weird. Oh, he's got the fire. Okay, well, Andrew's already had the fire, so that's cool. Level 17. We are. I don't know what level we are. That's level 17. Need to give that to Meryl. Got decent potions. Got an extra one of those. Not sure what to put that in. We can just hang on to that. I mean, we're gonna put it in something
You could
eventually.
try wearing something that didn't scream, I hate you all, I was a slave.
I've definitely been here.
Still show.
Really?
Really? Through anything? That's kind of cool.
Okay, so basically, Barrick's like, can you not just try to play emo to the entire world? And the dude's like, no matter what I wear, these markings on my body still show through the clothing. He's like, oh, really? Oh, that's pretty badass, bro. It's like everything Varric was saying. It's like, forget everything I just said. That's some gangster shit, dude. I love that. Varric is willing to admit when something's cooler than him. He's like, oh, really? Damn. It's gangster as fuck. All right, well, I know we're still about to get picked up. We got the fire staff equipped, right? So I just need to go double check on this cave here if we ever get back around to it. I've already been here once. I'm pretty sure I came here, and I think I went and got the dragon in the cave at the bone pit. They're these dragons that guard these books. They're the evil books, and you have to destroy them all to get to the last one, which Sevenkek is guarding. And you take that one, and you get well, you just get attribute points for it. I mean that's cool, right? I think it's at least 2, which isn't a huge reward considering all the shit you have to go through to get them. But you get a lot of shit along the way, So, I mean, like, if you get to kill enough bad guys, you get to keep all their stuff. It's not a bad deal, right? Unless the bad guys kill you. Then you throw your controller through your screen and, you know, throw your Xbox out in the freeway and watch people run over it. So, remember, we got a delivery coming, so we'll make sure we don't. Oh, it says he's approaching, so he's probably here. We're about to pull up. Here, let me, there we go. I'm back. All right, man. Okay, you wanted to talk. And y'all are like, okay, bro, we've been here over an hour and you haven't killed anything yet. And I'll be like, yeah, totally my bad. But it was about beer, so apparently that justifies it. That makes it all worth it, right? Merry Christmas, guys. Anybody want to tell Christmas stories? Some enlightening, encouraging, soul-felt, tear-jerking, beautiful shit that you experienced today, just no matter how stupid or simple it was. It's not small if it's big. That's what she said. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. Okay, so we should get an ambush right here. Maybe it takes this ambush, or else I may have already taken Fenris to the gallows by himself without Anders, just to avoid pissing off Anders. Because I mean, we're gonna stab Anders in the back where it likes it, but we needed. Well, I'll show you Anders' bonus. This should be ambush. It should say ambushed. It's showing ambush. Ah, this is it. Well, we got it. Just didn't say it.
Stop right there. You are in possession of stolen property. Back away
Watch
from the
the show.
slave now and you'll be spared.
No.
They'll never learn, will they?
I guess not.
Not doing anything.
He didn't ever get to pull up his invincibility Pope-mobile bubble.
Let's finish this. That's enough. Out of range. Get back. Use your arms. Not doing anything. Useless.
I don't think I ever changed my weapon. I think I'm fighting these assholes with cold right now.
Looks like we made it.
I am. That's alright. We're winning, so it doesn't matter.
I'll deal with this. It's not doing anything.
I'm doing like half the damage I should be doing right now. That sucks. Well, maybe not
I
half.
need to get closer. It's too far.
Nice. Nice. I love Fenris being real right here.
Where is he?
Please, don't kill me.
Tell me.
I don't know. I don't know, I swear. Adriana brought us. She's at the holding caves north of the city. I can show you the way.
No need. I know which ones you speak of.
Then let me go. I beg you. I swear
You
I
chose
won't...
the wrong master.
Bitch.
Hadrian.
Blood mages are woke people.
I was a
There's your
fool
solution.
to think I was free. They'll never let me
Give them
be.
the promise they deserve. What are they worth? Nothing. So what's your word to them worth one way or the other? Even if your word is actually worth everything, give them what they are. An absolute fucking lie. Absolute shit. Who gives a shit? It's like, okay, you can go only if you promise to take all of your fellows into this narrow cavern. So I only have to throw one grenade to execute all of you to keep you from perverting and corrupting and destroying innocent people. I'll tell you that. I'll give you the promise that you're worth. Nothing. Is that lying? It's irrelevant. You can't lie to something that doesn't exist. You can't lie to something that's less than nothing. You can't lie to something that's intentionally evil. That motherfucker, you know, can you picture that blood mage looking into the faces of all of his victims with joy and glee because he has the power as he drains all their blood so he can get more blood magic to satisfy his little demonic woke fucking I tore down a Trump sign. Can you picture it? It's the exact same psychology. It's the exact same spirit. No difference. No difference at all. I'm going to tell you whatever the hell I want. I don't care if you hear it or not, because you can't hear truth anyway. So even if I gave you a true promise, you wouldn't accept it. You would just start screaming and tearing up a Walmart and fucking, I don't know, ganging up on some poor white kid at school 17-1 and filming that shit while hooting like a fucking animal and think that that's cool. I don't have, the world doesn't have time for that shit. The world does not have time for that. That's our Christmas theme for the day. Anyway, I wasn't really planning on going there with it, but that's where it went. What happened? Messages getting retracted? Filters. If messages are getting auto-retracted, it's filters. That's the only thing I know about.
They're no longer a threat, Fenris.
There will be more. If Hadriana's here, she won't stop. We need to find her. We'll send a message to Daenerys he won't soon forget.
Sure.
Lead the way.
And now you know what we're going to do on purpose?
Slaves in the old
Go
times.
piss off Fenris.
Apparently, they are no longer abandoned.
We're going to go piss off Fenris.
We must go quickly.
But I mean, Fenris can't complain too bad because he'll probably like level up from it, right? Speaking of that, I haven't even leveled up Fenris. We just went in there and destroyed these assholes. I haven't even leveled Fenris up, and I had the wrong weapon. I'm actually being really lazy. Yeah, I should probably tighten my game up. Now, if I'm playing by myself, I'd be like, okay, 2 more beers and I'll go back and fix it. But we're streaming, so I'm supposed to be like, we're trying to do this right, guys. Why did I just fuck everything up? My bad. Just give me a second. I'll fix this. Just hold on. You know, I don't know if all slavers are immune to spirit, or if it's just the. I know Hadriana's immune to spirit. I know she is because she's a blood mage, and she's the blood mage that is immune to spirit. So I can't really use that. But I got cold damage here. God, I knew I should. I was going to put that electric rune. We could technically still go do that, I think. Or, I mean, she's the only one. Goddamn, I can go 18 or 27. And this doesn't do shit on shades either. Now, that's a really bad fight to throw this weapon and then say, well, I'm just going to go ahead and go gangster with this shit. That's a really bad idea. That's a really bad idea. Okay. The fire staff was a good idea. That's actually what saved us. Not a big deal. Okay, if we go back to Kirkwall, we're going to have to fight him again. And there is another blood mage there. Dealing with... Okay, if we go back... We got to go back to Kirkwall anyway so we can trigger the secret... This is a secret ambush that's worth, like, over 2,000 XP. I think everybody's going to actually level with this. Just this one ambush by itself. I think they are. Not everybody, at least I will. Let's see. How many points we got? Damn. I feel like I need some more willpower in here. What's this attack at? 100%? Okay. Need some more stamina in here. That's not a bad idea. So we're going to start getting some more passives in here too. So now here's knockback resistance. That's huge with him. That's good. That's like Reaver stamina regen. You get more on each kill. I don't know if I don't know if I'm going to introduce Fenris into the party at the end of the game. I'm kind of thinking not. Because I'm thinking Meryl is a little more effective there. Me, Meryl, then it'll be Well, no. Yeah, I can get Fenris. I can get me, Meryl, Fenris, and Aveline. That's probably a really good idea, because Fenris becomes like super, super, super resilient to magic at the end of the day. There's a gauntlet from a certain spot in Kirkwall to the gallows, and it's some of the harder fights in the game, and it's like back to back to back to back to back. Then once you get to the gallows, you get Bethany back. I think you get her back a little bit more early if you made her a warden, but about the only way to make her a warden is if you play tank in the deep roads and take Anders and Bethany. A really good way to do it is go sword and board or two-hander and take Anders, Bethany, and Varric. That's a really effective team. That's one of the fastest clears you're ever going to have of the Ancient Rockwraith, if you do it right. It really is. Sword and board is actually the fastest. I'm still convinced of that. It is to this day, me, sword and board, Varric, Bethany, and Anders cleared the Rockwraith. Well, this was on the Series X, where you can actually, there's more frame rate, so the enemies get to do some sketchy shit, but on the Rockwraith fight itself, every time you press that button, you're going to hit because there's a frame for it. So you can actually kill the Rockwraith before it ever gets back up again. And I did it with the sword and board before the thing even thought about getting back up again. You know, you beat it up until it says, okay, whatever, you go hide behind a pillar, it does the death ray thing, and then it collapses, and you got a certain amount of time to do damage before it gets back up again. What you're trying to do is enough damage to where instead of getting back up and rolling all over the map like a bowling ball and doing all that bullshit, he just collapses again, and whatever. It's possible on the Series X, and we've done it with every class, except an archer, because I don't play archers. But the sword and board was actually the absolute fastest. It was the highest DPS out of all the classes on the Ancient Rockwraith. Believe it or not. I mean, with optimal builds, it was the highest DPS on the Rockwraith. I think because you've got a high damage weapon with very little stagger, and your shield technically counts as a weapon too, sort of, and you're swinging twice as fast, if not 2.5 times as fast as a two-handed sword, if you can press the button fast enough, right? But you're doing almost as much damage as a two-handed sword. So sword and board can theoretically, on single targets, which the Rockwraith is a single target, you can put out at least 130 to 180% more damage than a two-hander can. Because your weapon only does a couple points less DPS, but you're swinging 3 times as often, which is opportunity for criticals, right? And yeah, you can just wreck the Rockwraith. It's the fastest I've ever cleared the Rockwraith. Sword and board. And you're like, that's a defensive. Exactly, that's what I was thinking. It's probably the most offensive class in all of Dragon Age if you put it across the board. With the advantages you have, and then if you set it up right, you can do some shit. And you can turn your one-handed sword basically into a two-handed sword about half the time. So, yeah. Are you asking me? Black and white? Like, it's like CI... I don't even know what CIV is, so obviously I haven't. I have no idea what that is. Anyway, all right, so we got... Yeah, I say I take the knockback here. That'll help. All right, so now to piss Fenris off and get a whole shit ton of extra loot and XP, we're going to go back into Kirkwall. I don't know if you have to do it at nighttime, but I know it always works if you do it at nighttime. So. Sorry. So that's where he wants you to go. The secret is you go back to Hightown. So let's say I want to go fix my stupid, whatchamacallit, rune problem. Wait, is it actually letting me do this? Oh. Well, maybe you actually have to go to Hightown itself. Oh, that's fantastic. So you can actually make another side route. Unless I just screwed myself. Okay, hold on a second. So I just want something not cold out of these. Wait, hold on a second. That's Fiona. That's the one I'm actually keeping. That's the one I'm actually using here. Wait, I'm probably actually using this again. Not gonna lie, I'm actually probably using that again.
I can make it for you.
Now this is weird. I don't understand why that ambush didn't just happen. If I screwed myself out of it, I'm gonna be so pissed. Like pissed enough to delete a character pissed. Okay, maybe it's just Hightown? Oh, there it is. Okay, you just have to go back to Hightown. I don't know if it has to be at night. It always works at night. I always just go back to Hightown because that's like Hightown, right?
Fenris, you've
That is
escaped the
Kirkwall.
Magister's reach for too long.
So Hadriana finally dares to look for me in the city, does she?
Give
Civilization.
yourself
Oh,
up.
I'm not.
This is your
I've
last
never really
warning.
played him. I'm not saying I wouldn't enjoy
Don't be
him.
a fool. We will slaughter you all.
Wrong answer. Try to leave the pretty ones alive.
Alright, so Fenderson's gonna go off on you after this, but it's like totally worth it. I'm just throwing that out there. It's 100% worth it. What we're looking at is you see the right button, the B button. We're looking for haste to come back. Well, I mean, actually, we don't need haste like right at the beginning, but we're gonna want haste at some point in here.
Watch your step. That should do it. Go down! Need to get closer.
Finally, well, it took 30 fucking minutes.
Now you fall.
Still can't get a chain lightning, so Anders is doing nothing.
I'll deal with this.
Anders is literally doing nothing. Gotta reload. I'm not losing any of those traps. I'm not losing a single one. I don't care if it's 50 XP, 250 XP. I can disarm them all. You're not going to take half an ambush away from me by saying I stepped on something that I activated 5 times and you just ran my character into it because your fucking inputs don't work. I'm not going to accept that.
Fenris, you've escaped the Magister's reach
Not
for
going to
too
accept
long.
that.
So Hadriana finally dares to look for me in the city, does she?
Give yourself
Maybe
up.
Anders will work.
This is
You know
your
what?
last
Honestly,
warning.
we might just kill
Don't
these
be a
guys, make a
fool.
hard
We
save,
will slaughter
watch
you
the
all.
game, rinse the cash, and then come back and play it so it actually plays like it's supposed to. We might actually do.
Kill them! Try to leave the pretty ones alive!
Back it up.
Problem is, Fenris can draw no aggro. You cannot rely on Fenris for any aggro except damage. If he does enough damage, he'll draw some, but there's no threat. And Fenris doesn't have taunt right now. So using him as your off tank means everybody's running around like chickens with their heads cut off, doing whatever they can to not die. It's kind of fucked, but if you do enough damage, you can get away with it. But that's exactly what's going on here. I'm 100% aware everybody's just running around doing whatever. Can't really do anything about it. Need to get Fenris, at least one rank of this. Which we can, as soon as he levels. We can give him one of these. That'll help a little bit. But then he's got to be able to stay alive. If he draws everybody's threat all of a sudden, you got to be able to kill everybody before they kill Fenris, and he gets taken down pretty quick with physical damage right around now. I do believe I gave him some armor. I think I did yesterday. Right? I did give him some armor. I know he's got at least 1 or 2 rune slots, right? Yeah, okay. I gave him armor. It's not everything, but it's something. And I know it says this shit is only 2 stars. It'll be 5 stars by the end of the game. His armor rating, it'll go up. He's not like Aveline, who can basically resist everything and then has a shield too, which is armor and a weapon. All right, so Fenris is definitely at a disadvantage. But his magic resistance is key. His magic resistance is actually pretty huge right now. If it's not any like physical or maybe fire-based shit right now, he can hang. He can do some shit. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and save, a hard save. Stop relying on these auto saves. Then I'm going to exit out. Just y'all give me a second. I'm just going to wash the cache. All right, so the coolest thing about the Xbox 360 and the PS3 is that if you want to clear at least a particular game's cache, see how long it's taken just to get back to the main menu? Something's fucked up in the background. So you want to clear all that shit out? Watch. All right, I'm going to press the A button, and then as soon as I press the A button, I'm going to hold the Y button until we get to the start menu. Just hold it down. It won't even necessarily fast forward through any of this shit. Wish I didn't have to do that. Just hold the Y button. And there you go. It'll actually start, it'll start quicker and cleaner. You'll like notice like, why is this going so much faster? Because you cleared out all the bullshit that's keeping the game from working the way it's supposed to be working, because you got a bunch of fucking junk data bleed, data leak in there that's just killing everything. Maybe even a corrupt save and whatever. Just wash that shit out of there. I mean, it's not the worst idea, especially even on console, it's not the worst idea that once you've been playing this and you're like getting close to like Act 3, you're like lots of hours into the game and there's a lot of data on your save file, to make like a really good hard save and then go into your hard drive, go into your storage and like delete every save that's like behind you and just leave 1 or 2, maybe 3, right? And delete all the rest of that shit because you're not going back to it. You're already hours past that in the game. It's completely irrelevant. It's just clogging up shit, and you might even find a corrupt save in there. Kill it. Get rid of it, right? Hope that an autosave or a milestone mark in the game doesn't bring that data back up and introduce corrupt data into future saves. So the next autosave is actually just taking a shit on your entire playthrough. That happens on Xbox One and Series X. So probably a whole lot less here. I'm playing on the 360, like the actual 360. So it shouldn't be that big of a deal. But I've dealt with corrupt saves on the PS3 too. Not really sure where I went wrong, but I just know just way too much overloaded, overwritten shit that's like starts getting sketchier and sketchier, and then the game just doesn't play right anymore. Yeah, you can kind of figure the game has a virus. It's sick. We didn't die there. I just missed a trap, and I refuse to miss these traps. This is XP that, well, I play the game to where I get every single experience point that I can get. If I forget one here and there, okay, fine. Maybe my memory's not perfect, but I'm not intentionally missing shit where I know where it's at and I actually got it, and the game says, I know you got it, but fuck you, you can't have it. Yeah, I got a problem with that. I got a problem with the game saying, I know you got it, but I won't let you have it because I'm the game, and even though you did everything right, and the only thing you could do, go fuck yourself. I have a serious problem with that. I don't accept that very easily. That doesn't work for me. Now, what you can do is just do this. Once you detect the trap, you can just highlight it, and then press A, your action button, and then just go get it. Like there's one here, and there's one right here. Like, whatever XP that's worth, I don't care. It's fine.
That's enough.
Oh, we're all doing our job? Oh, nice. Fuck you, little corpse. Okay, if you were going to drink a health potion on your own, which your tactics demand that you do, yeah, final took. Nice.
This is your fault.
Fenris didn't have to die, but Abileen's health bar would have been at 80%. Fenris was at 5. See what I'm saying? Like that physical damage when he's surrounded and hoarded. And the problem is on Nightmare, you can't trust him with shit like Whirlwind. Whirlwind probably would have killed half that shit in the first 2 seconds. But if you're anywhere near him when he uses that, he's going to kill you instantly. Especially if you set him up right, because he's going to do so much damage that I don't care what your health and armor is. You're dead. Or you're almost dead and the next thing that hits you kills you. It doesn't matter. So on Nightmare, there's Friendly Fire, and all of Fenris's two-handed abilities, well, I mean, okay, Scythe, Whirlwind, and Mighty Blow. His basic two-handed, all of those are Friendly Fire, and they will hit you 5 times harder than they hit the enemy.
It's not like her attacks are all that hard to deal with.
That's not the point. What if the hunters come to the mansion next? I won't wait to see if you'll be there the next time. We go now, or I do.
What was the original, well, was it the original Zelda game on the Nintendo 64? Was that the original? Or was that like the second Zelda game? I mean, that was pretty cool back in the day. If you were to give me a game like that back in the day that just blew everything else away, I would say it was the original Eyes. It's spelled Y''S, but the original Eyes on the Sega Master System, not the Sega Genesis, the Sega Master System. That was like the original. It wasn't open world and it wasn't isometric, but it was about as good as you could get at the time. And it was like this epic adventure to collect all the stuff, and the only way you could you know, kill the boss is not to have the best stuff, but have the specific stuff that you needed to kill the boss. And so it's like having the right damage type, and it was totally an RPG, and you leveled up, and you couldn't go here until you were this level, but you had to go clear all this shit, and like you had to do everything in the right order. Is very much Radiant leveling and all that before any of that shit was even a term. So I would say best Zelda game ever. Eyes. It's not a Zelda game. That would be my answer personally. Yeah, not just that, but like the nurturing and the attention and the warmth and the kindness, right? I mean, what's love without kindness, right? Like just home and hearth. Doesn't necessarily have to be at the kitchen table, but it was there, right? The home and the hearth included the whole house and everybody in it. You set aside bullshit, grievances, problems with your parents and their parents, and, you know, and all that stuff, and the kids didn't have to be subject to that. But you could just enjoy the holidays, stop and think about, this is about Jesus, not about us. Right? And that was okay. Now you can barely do that in your own country. I mean, you can totally do that. But now you have to be militant about it. Who wants to be militant about Christmas when you got invaders on your own home turf telling you that you can't feel that way? That's really wrong. I mean, if I have to say that, you can't hear what I just said because you're a fucking zombie, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just so obvious, so common sense, that how is this even needing to be said? And somehow every time you say the truth, it feels like you validate the enemy because they've got some catchphrase. They got something they learned from their MSNBC or their college professor or their pastor or their religious leader or their promotional spokesman to organize their conspiratorial demonstrations to push an agenda to confuse you so that you don't look at what's actually wrong. And the fact that the people that are getting you to do that are the ones doing everything you're claiming to demonstrate against, right? What does that have to do with home and hearth and just getting along with your parents and your siblings and your grandparents and whoever else and just enjoying the holidays in a country whose freedoms people died for? Where's that? Now you have to protest against the protesters just for common sense, just for basic decency, just for what a country was built upon, because apparently that shit has been uprooted. It hasn't been uprooted. Not in the minds of people who actually matter. The people who don't matter create problems and make it to where all that stuff that was fantastic. Oh, it was beautiful. It was warm. It was lovely. It was, I hate to use the word magical because it wasn't magical. It was Christian. That was Christian then. Whether you knew it or not, even if you weren't religious, it was Christian then. That's how it was designed. That's how it was meant to be. Look how aggressively people work against that. And see where we're at today. Where even on Christmas Day, we're talking about, what? Fucking Islamic terrorists teaching your children that it's okay to disturb your fellow classmates, to throw down a rug, but if you pray secretly, and they even think you're praying to Jesus, they'll send you to the principal's office and expel you. Where they've got the Islamic flag on the wall in American schools, and they've torn down the American flag. And they can have their call to prayer anytime they want, and nobody can say anything. This is what locusts look like. This is what happens. They take everything you have. Here we are. It's not that hard. It's in plain sight, if you're willing to see it. You can't have the Pledge of Allegiance, but you can have a call to prayer 5 times a day outside a Christian church, and if anybody in the church has anything to say about it, they get arrested. That's in an American city. Facts. What are we dealing with here? You come to America claiming to want what America's got, to turn it into the third world, rock throwing, hiding behind, in, and under a school and a church. Savage fucking goat fucking pedophile piece of shit, rapist, terrorist fuck. To turn this country into that too, so that the entire world can be rapists, pedophile, terrorist fucking fucks who want to go fuck 13 or no, how many is it? Was it 64? How many? 72 underage virgins for the rest of eternity, and that's their vision of heaven. And you're gonna let that run your government and your country and turn you over and turn all your women into fucking prostitutes, acid inflicted, fucking beaten, murdered whores. That's what you want your society to be. That's what Satan looks like. And you're actually voting for that? In a Christian country. Yeah, I don't think the world tolerates too much more of that, man. I think the bubble has to pop at some point. This can't go on. And it's not going to be civil war because, damn it, everybody's guns are being taken away. And people say, oh, I'm never releasing my guns. It's not a physical battle. It's a spiritual battle. You got the truth, and then you understand what's coming. This is exactly how the Bible described it, so this is exactly what's supposed to happen. So this is an actual exciting time for a Christian. All the stuff and all the smoke in the air, confusing everything. It said out of the abyss would come smoke, and it would even blot out the sun. What is the sun? Light. What is light? Truth. You wouldn't have any truth. Do we have any today? Do you know the truth? Do you think you do? If you think you do, you definitely don't know it. You would know it if you knew it. Faith isn't believing, faith is knowing. So like you see what I'm saying? Like it's just that cut and dry. So that even in the midst of all this smoke and all this pillars of fire and blood and smoke everywhere, that we have literally everywhere in your face, guess what? There's a line of truth in the sand. You're either on the right side of it or you're not. And you know what it is. And if the entire world is against you, it doesn't mean you're wrong. But if you're going with any part of the world in your stance, then you can cross over to the side of wrong very, very easily. Remember, it's not about swords and tanks and nuclear bombs and all this and that. It's about fighting against false peace. Not just false religion, false peace. There's lots of false religions. But the most aggressive one are the locusts. What do locusts do? They hide underground, and then what do you see a couple months later? Oh my God, Minneapolis, Minnesota, we just got beat for fucking billions by the enemy to fund the terrorist actions that are killing, raping, perverting, destroying, seducing, overdosing our children, with the help of the same people who have been supplying their weapons, the AK-47, all along. Just go look at China and Russia for that. It's not that hard to see. If you can't see that, go look at their origins and see what weapons they're using and where those weapons come from. There you go. That's really where we're at. So anyway, how did we get down that rabbit hole? That's not a rabbit hole. That's just common sense, basic truth. And if you can't see it, you're a zombie. But seriously, Christmas, as we should have enjoyed it, weren't some of the Christmas markets shut down in Europe? Because these fucking locusts just decided to pull a power move and say, we're going to kill you if you open them. And the police are like, okay, well, we'll just put all the fucking citizens under house arrest because we don't want to make you mad because you're running things now. What do locusts do? They hide underground for most of their gestation periods. They work from underground, and then when they actually swarm, they strip even the bark off the trees. Your freedoms, your money, your morals, your ethics, your common sense, your spirituality, even your families. Raping your children, raping your wives, creating destruction everywhere they go. Even murdering and assaulting you and turning you into... You know, these locusts also look like scorpions. You know what scorpions do? They grab you, and their sting melts your spine. They basically digest you from within and then suck out the digestive... They make you a spineless piece of fucking coward shit. What's a spineless piece of coward shit? One who doesn't know, understand, and I'm not even going to say believe, one that doesn't know and understand the biblical truth that's telling you exactly what's happening right now. That's why we can't even have Christmas anymore. And if you do have Christmas at home, it's with this shadow, this smoke overhead. It doesn't have the same joy. It doesn't have the same anything to it. Now it can within you and your family if you're strong. Yeah, if you're strong and you actually do know the scripture, yeah, oh, you can absolutely have blessing. But, man, the enemy is coming in through every window. You know what those windows look like? They look like your TV screens and your cell phones. In everything you see and hear. It's a psyop, if you will. I think that's a really good carnal term that anybody can understand. It's a huge psyop. The thief is coming in through the windows. We didn't have these windows even 50 years ago. Well, we might be getting pretty close to the time where those windows actually matter, according to prophecy, because the world has never seen these windows. At least not in this Earth age, at least not in recorded history. I'm not sure who built the pyramids, but we didn't have cell phones. And if they did have cell phones, well, there's not really a record of it. But we got them now, and we've never had them before. You think the Romans and the Greeks, Napoleon, you think they didn't want cell phones? They were smarter than we are now. They didn't have cell phones. Why do we got them now? Well, there you go. Just think about that for just 2 seconds. We're kind of where we're supposed to be right now. And God has been in control of that shit ever since the beginning. He'll let you do what you want to do, but he's going to intercede with his elect, and he's going to allow the evil to prosper. He'll allow the top 1% to get everybody else's stuff. That's not going to matter because none of that stuff counts in heaven anyway. So if you're dead broke going into heaven, but you at least have some good works under your belt, well, maybe you at least got a few threads to cover your ass so you're not butt naked, ass embarrassed in heaven, being a fucking rotten piece of shit going along with what the world is doing right now. Rainbow flags, demonstrations, assaults, rapes, murders, perversion, Sodom and Gomorrah, yeah, all this stuff. You don't have to go along with any of that. Just show some common sense. Anyway, so yeah, like you were saying, it was nice back in the day where you just and grandma and grandpa and it was just Christmas time and you had your stockings and you had your fire. It was innocent. It was pure. It was, I'm gonna say holy. That's where holiday comes from. Holy day. It's exactly what it means. It was a holy day. It was a day set aside to recognize something better than just the daily grind. That maybe there's more to this life than the daily grind and economy and capitalism, socialism, and all this other filthy trash. True story? It'd be nice if it was still like that today. But it had to get to this point. It's called birth pains. You go from getting impregnated to actually having the child. The having the child part, that's the painful part of getting impregnated, where it seems pretty joyous at the time, even if it's a bad decision. That's what Jesus called it, birth pangs. And they get closer and closer and closer and closer together. You see the prophecies start to stack over and over, and you're actually witnessing it. You're seeing the locusts actually swarm in your face. I'm not saying it's like tomorrow. I'm not sitting here with a cardboard sign, the end is near. I could see this summer being interesting. And all I would say right now, honestly, is just remember these words. I'm not going to say, remember you heard them here. No profit there. The only profit is you actually remember these words and say, holy shit, and then follow the words where they came from because they didn't come from me. Just remember that, you guys. If this all sounds fantastical and this and that and blah, 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 I hope the seed gets planted, somebody will water it later on, and then maybe it'll grow. And the crows, the Kenites, the people running this world, won't come fly by and pick up the loose seeds out of the gravel to where you perish because you have no sprout, you have no truth, you have no life from truth actually seeing things for what they are. Hopefully you see it when it matters. That's what I would say. Haven't quoted a lot of scripture, but it's according to the scripture. Anyway, if you see it, you see it.
Then let's do it now.
Okay, well that's
It's about time. As soon as we leave, I'll take us there.
Doc, that's where that led to. I mean, for every effect, there's a cause, right? I think addressing the cause is important, personally. What's this worth? That's 25 silver there. If that's 30 silver there. See, he's got his own buffs because he was rezzed in his tactics. But the problem is he doesn't have heroic aura, and he doesn't have that. That's 10% damage, 10% crit chance, and whatever damage is coming from whatever elemental weapon, staff that we're actually using. Yeah, see? Now he's got all those buffs. All right. So sometimes it's, I mean, I don't know if the UI is always accurate, but I've gone in there where the UI says that like half our party doesn't have half the shit that they need, and we get wrecked when we should have run something over in 5 seconds. It's a 30-second fight, and where, 3 people sucking down injury kits where that shouldn't have been necessary. We should have been able to run over everything damn near instantly. So knowing how the game should behave is a huge part of it. I guess that just comes with playing the game a lot. True story. I guess. Regardless, we're good. Got all the traps, got all the loots. Yeah, now you're forced to come here. Get puppy, bro. I think there's 2 collectibles here. Well, there's that one. It's one of those plants. Imbrium, yeah. I think there's one more in the ruins. Like a silver egg or something, maybe? Not really sure. I actually thought that ambush would actually level us. That's cool because, like, everybody else is going to level in the... before we even get in the caves, so... That's awesome. Does the volume sound low to you guys on your end? The game volume? Is it, like... low? Doesn't look like it. Sounds like it on my end for some reason. Got 100%. Let's go straight cunning. Straight cunning on everything. Okay, so I would like that. At some point, I'm going to have to cast that on myself. That's going to become, like, a thing. This is a huge part of my critical damage. And defense, as well. I can't believe I took this first. That is so cool that I took that first. I really want that, but I also got to start investing in this, too. Now, there is at least one more talent point we can get. We got Varric with us right now, so... No? Oh, okay. Is it cool? All right. It's just, it sounds really low in my headphones right now for some reason. I mean, maybe... Oh, there we go. Oh, somebody, totally not me, and even though I'm the only one here, totally hit my volume thing. Just saying. Totally not me. Dude, it was totally you. I know this, but it wasn't on purpose. So, there you have it.
It's too far. Now you fall. It's not doing anything.
I win.
Nothing to worry about.
Barrick went in there and said, hey, man. Barrick went in there and he ran back saying, I've got friends. I brought friends. Dude, the force behind Twin Fangs is so sick. I think it hits harder than what do you call it? Assassination. I really do. I think it hits harder. Both physically and damage-wise. Because you can use it twice as often. Shit, what, two and a half times as often. I think even if you get the cooldown, assassination is every 50 seconds? Maybe 40? You can use Twin Fangs every 20. And if you hit with both, if you have 100% attack, if you hit with both, it actually hits almost as hard. And it's also a guaranteed crit. Dude, it's I don't even know that you even need to use assassination. To be honest. See if we got another. Oh yeah, there's another ingredient right there. I think it's that glitter dust.
Out of range. Gotcha. Go down. I'll go with it. Now you fall. How about you? What a mess.
Bet your hands don't rise.
That's enough.
Oh, I shouldn't have done that. That was so stupid. Oh, you did. Nice.
That should do it.
Dude, the game's rules are like so simple. If you got your tactics set right, it looks like clockwork. If it's off, the first thing as a responsible player is to go, where is my build wrong? And if the build's not wrong, and you know how the game's supposed to act, then you say, the game is fucking up. Which can happen, it's a video game. Especially an old video game, right? So you go fix what you can fix, and then you come back and you make that shit look easy. Okay, it was the game's fault. Sometimes you go look at what you're doing and you're like, oh my God, why do I have this equipped? Why don't I have that skill? Why do I have this person in my party? And why the fuck am I even doing this? I've been drunk for 30 minutes now, and I'm 5 quests later, and I don't even know where I'm at. How am I even going to skate through this? It's totally your fault, right? But be able to make that discernment. Is this my fault, or is this the game tripping? The game isn't tripping as often as I would like to claim that it is, but it does happen. And when you get a reset and everything just works fine, that was supposed to work fine the first time, but it just looked like fucking ass, and you're like, there's no way that actually happened. I can kill these guys 5-1. They just killed me 25-1. What the fuck is going on? You reset the game, and then you kill them 10-1. And it's like, okay, well, I underestimated my team, and I realized that the game is just being a piece of shit. It's just broken at the moment for whatever reason. That still comes with familiarity with the game. Oh, okay, now that's a thing. I don't think I have any. Am I still wearing? All right, hold on. Let me go look at this. I might still be actually wearing this. It's a mage cap, right? Yes, that's a mage cap, right? I might still be. That's awesome, but look at this. This is more important to money gain than like 2 or 3 runes of fortune. The enemies drop better equipment. The better equipment sells. Like if you can get like an enhanced, enchanted, deluxe, whatever staff instead of just a gray staff, it's going to sell for like 3 times. It's going to sell for more than the original staff was actually worth. If you were to buy it. So, right? So like it's huge. Oh, 25 attack. Oh shit. That is 10. That is 10 stamina. That's 10 stamina. So now this. I say we throw some more critical chance on here. He doesn't need the attack, but that critical. I mean, I don't mind the stamina either. Now this is crazy. I have no idea who the fuck to give this to. I'm really gonna take that. I know I'm actually losing damage. God damn it. Okay, maybe I'm not doing that. All right, let me go ahead and be an adult here, and let me think about what I actually want. The only thing this is enemies drop better equipment. Hold on, this amulet has been working good for me. See, that's... Who can wear this? I'm about to drop him anyway. Aveline? No, see, Aveline's got the brass nug. And that's like 10 stamina, 10 health, and something. Yeah, that thing's crazy. I'm honestly the only one that can actually use this. These things are so huge in terms of money and gear. It's not like I really need the gear, though. But at least I get the money. Actually, no, like seriously, as far as I'm concerned, yeah, they get, I mean, gear for my companions. I'd find some better shit than that. It's possible. Definitely find some better shit than this. If we get rings, that's a man. If I'm playing a mana mage, I might actually consider. No, I'd probably still be wearing the amulet that gives you like at least like +10 to like frost, fire. I don't know if it's all the elemental stats, and then a huge like mana buff too. Somebody's got to wear this. But they don't have to. I could just let it drop. I don't always play with it. 4% physical damage. What does that mean? Before or after? Or does it really make a difference? If you have an extra 4% early. No, I would say it definitely makes a difference if it's before or after the calculation. If you're doing 25, 4% of 25 is 1. It's 26, and then your damage comes off that. But if you're doing 25 and then the friggin' critical modifier hits, and now you're doing like, I don't know, damn, you're 2.5 times that. So let's say you're doing, what are we doing right now on our weapons? Average about 28. So let's just say 30. If I'm doing 30 on both my daggers, that's assuming I'm using 2 physical damage daggers. That's the thing. Has to be physical damage. Let's say I'm doing 30 on both. 4% of that is, let's see, 10% of that is 3. So 4% of that is, I don't think that rounds up to 2. It might, but I'm just gonna say 1. 1 and 2. It probably alternates 1 and 2. Now, if I'm doing 30, my critical modifier is 150%. Now I'm doing 45. 10% of that rounds up to 5, so 4% of that would round down to 2.5. Which is higher, right? Yeah, I'm really not sure where this comes into the calculation. I don't know if this comes in after the modifier is in place. I think it's 4% physical damage based on the physical damage you're doing. I think it's a pre-critical calculator. So that means it theoretically only raises your base damage by 1, maybe 2, which is amplified by another 150% at most right now in the game, which makes it a 3, maybe a 4. I don't know. Maybe it's 6 of one and half dozen of another. I'm not really sure. Fuck off now. Honestly, if I'm only losing like a point or two of damage after all that bullshit, then I actually... You know what? Fuck it. I'm just going to use that. I'm trying to get stuff for my entire party. Yeah, nobody needs that. I need to give that to Meryl. The only person I might give that to is Isabella, but she's not... We're not using Isabella but maybe twice in the entire game, I don't think. She's definitely not rolling with us, so I think I just killed that too. Alright, that's my logic. I just spoke it out loud. Good or bad, it is what it is. It's about all he can really do right now. He's got plenty of stamina for it, though, so that's cool. Yeah. Still at 100%, so I'm good. So we're done there. Pretty much done there. No. I think he's got plenty of stamina right now, actually. I'm gonna say boss or higher. Because the elites are going down too fast. Like this is just a waste of stamina if we're gonna kill something in the next half of a second anyway. Like, this just doesn't really make sense. So let's use this on this category. We have potion stamina. So yeah, Varric's simple. He's just like simple. There's no level there. Did this thing get anything? That's +2 magic. That might have scaled up 1 point. That's the thing. This might have... It improves with level up. It might have made +2 magic like just this level. It might be like a 15-30 type thing. So it may never go up again. Or it could be a 15, 25, 30. It's possible, but I'm not really sure. Anyway, he might have gotten an extra magic point. This should be... It should be a 2-to-1 ratio. So... Yeah, like magic and willpower. I mean, I can make it 2-to-1. Sure can. I'd like to put some points in Constitution. Actually, I could probably just jump 3 into Constitution the next level. So Anders isn't one-shotted by everything. I mean, I wish it was one-shotted literally by everything. That kind of needs to happen, but... Okay, let me to get this. Now Anders became literally more dangerous. Okay. All good, I guess.
We must be careful.
Do I even need them?
There were many such holdings
I
once,
give them to Aveline.
especially in the mountains where individual slavers.
It's hard to
kept
get
private
Aveline's
pens.
strength stat where
They were
it needs to
designed
be,
protect against
and
raids
still
by
dump a
fellow
bunch of
slavers.
points into willpower.
No doubt it's why Hadriana chose this place.
Basically, I believe I basically get Aveline to 30, 15 strength and constitution, and then about that time, her willpower is 12. So the next time she levels, I get that up to 15. Because at that point, with that much strength, she should be at 100% attack. She needs to top off at 100% attack. It's not so much her killing shit, it's her hitting things hard enough to draw threat. Or once she has threat, to maintain threat, but still having enough willpower to cast taunt, really. That's the main thing. Maybe shield dash. You know, maybe you've given her pommel strike at some point. It won't be at that point in the game, I wouldn't think, but or something like that. And so she's only going to have still a limited willpower pool because she's sustaining shield defense. She's sustaining elemental aegis. Seems like she eventually sustains something else, maybe. Those are the main two, though. But that literally take up half of her health pool. So she can only use one or two abilities before she's wiped. And those abilities are quick use. They're quick cooldown. So she can probably cast one, cast another if she needs to, then cast a third. She has to use the stamina. But I give them to her. As a rogue, you shouldn't need them. You should be swinging so fast that you're getting your stamina back faster than you're using it. Because your basic attacks are just killing it. Which means your attack needs to be at 100, your damage needs to be at its highest. Eventually you get the assassin skill, which actually gives you like 5% more stamina on every kill, even the little ankle biters. And you start just weaving through mobs and just taking out everybody that's worried about somebody else, right? Pretty much how that goes.
Hadriana won't escape us.
Let's hope this isn't a waste of
No,
time.
definitely good. And good for Fenris if you're leaning on Fenris. And good for Varric. Actually, too, if you're leaning on Varric. Like, let's say you're playing a warrior or you're playing a mage. It's not a bad idea to throw a tactic in there if stamina is less than 25%. Use a stamina draft. Honestly, if you're playing a mage, it might not be near as important for Aveline, for example. Or if you're trying to roll Fenris and play a mage, you got a real glass cannon party. And I don't know that you do enough extra damage early to actually make that worthwhile. It seems to be fragile, to say the least, right? So, yeah, anyway, stuff to think about, though. Right? With the tree, right? I mean, with the tree. The only bad part about that is if they're trying to sneak in some big-ass surprise presents like, I don't know, a drum set or a Red Rider thing or a green machine or a big wheel or, you know, something like that, right? If they're trying to sneak something like that in and you're literally sleeping right there, man, your grandparents had to be like 70-year-old ninjas to do it, right? I mean, but once you're knocked out in front of the fire and you've been eating all day and you've just been freaking spoiled as little kids, you probably are in a comatose at that point, right? And it's a beautiful thing. I've even seen trees and okay, no, I'm not this old, but I've actually seen pictures of trees before there were electric fall candles, actually adorned with candles. And the idea was the tree represented the evergreen, which is Christ himself, the tree of life, the tree that never dies. That's symbolic, of course. And then you had the candle, right? Now, they weren't oil candles, but still, the candle represent that which is supplied by the oil, right? Which keeps light in darkness, right? And actually seeing a tree adorned with little candles you could attach to the branches, and they were actual candles. Dude, that shit was beautiful. And there wasn't an electric light on it. It was tinsel and candles, and yeah, that was literally just it. And the natural candlelight just like glistened off the tinsel. Oh, dude, it was beautiful. It was absolutely beautiful. You can imagine how this tradition went down 200 years ago and any time before that, right? Like that's like historical reinforcement of how this thing actually is a thing, you know? Anyway. That's not trying. Stuff's beautiful, man. Like those are things you can't ever refabricate, you know? It's a shame that a lot of people don't get experience the basic family structure. Like how many of us can actually say that we can relate to the Christmas spent with parents being embraced by grandparents, maybe even with a great grandparent involved, to just keep it at home and celebrate that holiday as a unison. And I'm not saying that doesn't exist, because I myself have experienced that. It wasn't every year. It was only maybe 1 or 2 years, to be honest, because life gets in the way, and you know, shit gets chaotic and stuff goes different directions, and you know, as it should be. If life was boring all the time, then it would suck, right? So, okay, whatever. And if you had no bad times, you wouldn't compare the good times to anything, because when everything's great, nothing is great. I love that saying. When everything's great, nothing is great. When you're quick to blame God, just remember, when everything's great, nothing is great. And maybe a little discipline and appreciation is in order, right? But that's another topic, I guess. But seriously, like today, like if you think, and I don't know, not to really get hyped by Twitter and see the character of the people as they're portrayed, you know, skewed heavily one way or skewed heavily the other. But on average, though, based on the common morals, common sense, and common ethics of society in general, I say it's very unlikely that a majority of our population has ever gotten to experience something that we are so blessed to have experienced at least once, to have that memory. I can tell you one of mine. Me and my mom actually talked about it tonight. It was like, was I like 5, 6, 7? Because we were trying to remember based on the age. She went to visit her brother, which was my uncle, and so his daughters were my cousins, and one was a couple years younger than me, not sure how many. At least 3, I think. And then the next one was newborns, so we could probably set the date based on that, but vaguely I was 6 or 7 years old, right? And so we go to Connecticut and we get to take these train rides, and we go to New York and we go to see Macy's surrounded by snow, and you could smell the what do you call it? Actually cooking the chestnuts. You could actually smell the chestnuts cooking, and there were actually vendors there. Out there, I mean, I'm guessing they probably still do it. It's a tradition, but maybe they've just gotten rid of that too. But you could smell the chestnuts, and they had this distinct smell. And you had the cold winter air in New York, and you're looking at the front of Macy's, and I'm like a 5, 6, 7-year-old, and the window is literally like 40 foot tall. And there's an entire like train set that I could probably ride, rolling through all the stuff that they're selling with this entire Christmas theme, and there's like fake snow falling from above the window, and it's just this huge display. And you go in to Macy's, and I'm assuming it's still the same unless it's been shut down and now it's overrun by, I don't know, fucking... Anyway, I don't know, man. Couldn't tell you. I mean, if New York is anything like San Francisco, then... well, we know where all that shit went, but the charm of it was when you walk in and you're like a 6, 7-year-old, you're gonna have to walk a quarter mile just to get to the toy station. Like the first floor is 3 stories high, right? And then you got escalators and you got stairs, you got all this stuff, and you got this huge Macy's department store, and it was this epic thing, and the entire thing was themed for Christmas. I swear they must have spent 100 hours from every single one of their employees to decorate this place, and it was just this extravaganza of visual, like, what the fuck is going on here? This is the most amazing Christmas shit I've ever seen in my life, right? And then, right, but no, that's like an actual thing. You know, I remember walking up and seeing the windows in front of Macy's. That was an actual event. Like, it was like an amusement park. That's how, like, elaborate it was. And, like, just the first floor of Macy's, like, when you walk in, it was a cathedral. And it just opened up forever, and then it opened just left forever, and up straight forever, and then straight forever, and then up and up again, and then forever. And, like, man, you needed an amusement park map just to find out where you were at in the store. It was ridiculous like that. And it was just so cool if you'd never seen anything like that. And it was just, everything was Christmassy. Like, literally every square inch of that place. And it was, maybe, I don't know, I'm not going to say 100,000 square feet, but it just seemed ridiculously large as a kid, right? When you see that. And that's something you can never unsee. Like, that's just something that sticks with you, and at least I got to see that. And then we go to the Empire State Building while we're there, and if my uncle never did anything right, he did do one thing. He took us to the top of the Empire State Building. I don't know, it seemed like it took a fucking hour to get there. But anyway, it's freezing cold outside. You're up, and it's so foggy, it's so cloudy that you're above the clouds. You can't see 10 floors below you, right? But the crazy thing was, the tower rocks. And it's been doing it for, since they built it, over 100 years, right? The tower rocks. And when I say it rocks, I mean it moves by feet. It's like being in a ship. And they had these little coin-operated, like telescope type things, but you couldn't see anything because like you were just embraced in fog, and you were actually moving, and you knew you were like 1,000 feet in the air. And dude, you're like 6, 7 years old. How the fuck do you replicate that? And I mean, maybe today it's easy, but remember back then, phones still used a dial, right? For any of you youngsters, and I'm not talking down to you, I'm just saying, phones still used a dial. This shit was still fantastical. There was no such things. There were no video games yet. If they were on computers that nobody had access to. Now you can play some next gen shit on your phone. But back then you had dial-up phones, you had your imagination, and you had like toys and shit. Like real actual toys like Hot Wheels and, you know, like a garage for Hot Wheels so you could pretend to fuel your car and put them in the little elevator and send them up to the next level of the garage. And that was, you could amuse yourself with shit like that for hours. And no, this isn't the pioneer Wild West. We're talking about mid-late 70s. I'm going to say it was about 1977. 76, 77. It wasn't any later than that. I think it was 1977. I was born in 70, so, hey man, just being completely transparent. Oh, you're the old guy. Well, fucking obviously, I mean, look at me, bro. Although my hair's not all gray yet, so got something going for me. But yeah, back then there was a certain thing, and then I can tell you kind of this isn't really Christmassy, but it is kind of really Christmassy if you look at it a certain way. Is we took the train ride, and I'm not exactly sure where we were going because my uncle lived in Connecticut, in a pretty good part of Connecticut, because he was a really big wig in Colgate-Palmolive. He wound up president of Colgate-Palmolive in the, I think it was called the Eastern Hemisphere. He handled all like the Japanese, Asian, Taiwan. He lived in all those places, actually. I've got, well, used to have, I don't think I have them anymore, but I had postcards from, man, places like Cambodia, Vietnam, Taiwan, Japan, China, and stuff like that. I thought it was fascinating. Anyway, he was one of those few Americans that like actually studied the art of war and could actually deal with Japanese the same way that Japanese do business, which is completely different from American business. I mean, when you go to make a business deal, there's ritual involved. It's like, you know, trying to bang a geisha girl. Like there's some tea ceremonies and shit that have to take place. And if you don't know anything about any of that, yeah, you're probably not ever going to get there in the first place, right? He was one of those dudes that just got it. But he was kind of like a machine, and he was barely human. And yeah, I don't really have anything from my uncle overall, and I don't think he cares about me. I haven't heard from him in years, but he was the president of Colgate-Palmolive over one half of the earth, right? Type of thing, right? Anyway, so he was on his way up, and so we were staying with him in this really, really cool-ass fucking 150-year-old house in Connecticut that probably cost $1 million back then. I have no idea, but they had snow outside. I'm from California. I was born in California. I have no idea what snow is. So we get out there, and I get to jump on a little sled. Fuck, you can jump on a piece of cardboard and slide in the snow and have a snowball fight and actually build a snowman and shit like this. I remember this stuff. Like, if you don't have access to that, family makes that happen. If you're a 5, 6, 7-year-old, you can't make any of this shit happen. You can't just travel to some part of the country and just make your own Well, I mean, maybe if you're like one of those ancient World War II heroes that grew up with nothing, yeah, you could just hitchhike halfway across the country at like age 7 and just go make your own memories. Okay, yeah, those are the elite few. But for the rest of us, that's some shit that can only be passed down to you. And if something is given to you that you don't deserve, and it's being given to you for the express sole purpose of enriching your life experience so that you have a memory you can grab onto, that's a blessing. That's what's called being blessed. And I think some gratitude should be there. And you're like, I've never had a good Christmas in my life. And I mean, that's a rabbit hole that can go pretty dark. And you can, and I could say, yeah, maybe that's actually true by everybody else's standards. But is there a particular moment at a particular time at a particular Christmas when the whole world just acted a little bit different that you can say, in the midst of being in the depths of whatever fucking hell that you may have been forced into, pushed into, born into, I don't know, that just brought some light and gives you a memory saying, this wasn't dark, this wasn't bad, this wasn't evil. And for somebody who has not a single memory like that, God bless you. I just, and give you back everything that you never had. I just pray that for you, okay? Amen. But if you have one of those things and kind of hanging on to that and saying, yeah, everything sucked, but this one damn thing, and maybe it was a stranger, maybe it was just a moment alone, maybe it was just a moment of peace in the midst of whatever. Maybe it was the only one good memory you had in a fucking hurricane of just evil and corruption and who knows what else. And I'm not trying to get negative here. I'm saying everybody comes from someplace. But just remember, if you came from the bottom of the well, not only are you able to navigate the bottom of the well, but you could throw a rope to somebody who's at the bottom of the well because you know where they're at. You've been there. That's where you came from. So there's, I mean, it's hard to see sometimes, but there's at some point a way to do something really good there. So I'm trying to be like really inclusive here, because I understand how obviously dark things can get, because people just do people things, and it's usually bad. And family just makes it easier, because if you shit on family, you can just say you're sorry and they'll forgive you, right? So it just makes it that much easier. I get it. I think we all probably get that on some level. But if you can find that one little thing, and you know what? Just take that forward. Yeah, just one little candle. Maybe your own little Christmas light on a Christmas tree where nobody ever gave you one. I'm not saying any of us here have been there, but if that's a thing, hey man, you're not alone. You're not misunderstood, and you're certainly not unwanted, so I think this is the time of the year to find something. But what's the most overused phrase in the entire history of ever? Make some lemonade out of lemons. Well, maybe I don't like lemonade, motherfucker. Dude, that needs to be a comedy skit if it's written well. No, but it is kind of that. It is kind of that sort of thing. And I'm not saying you guys aren't here just of your own cognizance when you've got other things to do. And if you are, man, I 100% appreciate it. But maybe whoever's here in chat is here because there's not a whole lot else going on. Hell, somebody just a night or two ago was, I think, working, right? But like out of state by themselves, and they were gonna be there till damn near New Year's, and they just wanted something to do. It wasn't last night, because I wasn't streaming last night, but it was like, I think the night before last, and just something to do through Christmas, right? Just to be part of something. Who wants to be alone? You may say you do, but I don't really believe that anybody actually, when it gets down to it, actually does. And it was just looking for something. Why are we here right now? Well, it's not late at night yet. What is it? Well, I guess it's still going on 10:30. But kind of feel like it's maybe this isn't the warm, big family gathering with the children, the parents, the grandparents, the great-grandparents, all the aunts and uncles, and everybody gathered in the big-ass fucking 5,000 square foot comfy house with fires in 6 different fireplaces, and so many gifts were unwrapped under the tree that you got 37 trash bags at the end of the driveway a quarter mile down the road. Who's actually living that? And if you are, God bless you. God bless your family, and that's great. But if you're not living any part of that, and you've never even seen it once in your life, well, how can I appreciate a holiday when it's for these people? It's not for those people. It's for everybody. These people embrace it, and there's family structures that are healthy, and there's some that aren't. And if you're a product of that, what did Denzel Washington say? I try to remember this. In my world, they don't do that. What did Denzel Washington say? I fucking love this. Change your world. Well, that's a hard task. Who said it was going to be easy? Did you get a notice with your birth certificate that it was going to be easy? Well, if I got that notice, it's complete bullshit. Yeah, it doesn't work like that, right? But seriously, like Christmas, opportunity to reflect when you shouldn't need one. But if you didn't know the opportunity was there, why not try it? Why not embrace it one time? Why not check it out? Why not take all that bad shit and turn it into something good and say, well, I've had a bunch of bad coming my way. I'm going to send some good the other way and see maybe if that shit ricochets and bounces off on me like, you know, some bullets in a Jason Statham movie, you know, where you can, yeah, you know what I'm talking about, right? Why not? Why not? That's a beautiful thing. It really is a beautiful thing. Anyway, I'm not sorry for rambling at all, by the way. Sorry, man. I came here to watch Dragon Age 2, and I'm okay. I get your complaint. I'll file it in the circle file. Now, I think stuff like this is shared feelings,
Still here.
shared
Good.
experience, the bad with the good, reality, not just some fantasy bullshit one way or the other. Like, that thing that's a thing isn't a thing. That thing that isn't a thing is a thing. That doesn't have anything to do with anything, really. What is, and what isn't is pretty much everything else, right? So. Yeah. Well, appreciate you guys suffering that. That's, I've been thinking about this for like the last 3 or 4 days. So you could say full of shit. Okay, I don't call it shit, personally. No, it's not shit, but you could call it that, and that's fine. That's fair. But seriously, that's thoughts. Like, look at it from another angle. Okay, this is how you see it. But say you came from here. You know, the Indians used to sit around a box, like in where the fire would be, right? And they would describe their side of the box so everybody could see all the sides of the box, so everybody came to some clarity to exactly what the box looked like. There was something painted on this side. There was something painted on that side. Right? And you did your best to communicate on everything in the center, which was all angles of the box, so everybody would understand the box. It had nothing to do with the box. It had to do with seeing all the angles. And nobody can see all of them. I mean, God can, but we can't. But you can try. And then understand them and be compassionate and kind and stern when necessary, right? Anyway, I don't know, man. I'm just talking at this point, really.
Blood magic. In a society where mages rule, they find many ways to justify their need for power.
Notice even Anders immediately recognized blood magic. Did y'all see that? All right, man. No, well, man, thanks, guys. Yeah, just thanks for hanging out, really, to be honest, man. We're actually spending Christmas together here, so, you know, honestly, if we were all together, whether we were having a few beers or schnapps or shots or fucking whatever, regardless, you know, just being real, imagine us all sitting on the same couch and just talking about shit. Honestly, I think the video game and whatever, probably play some Christmas music just to have it because it's Christmas time. If you don't like that, don't respect it. Well, you know what? At least be courteous and polite and fucking accept it and shut the fuck up, right? And then actually get real and just talk about shit. And I've I've heard and even felt in my 50-something Christmases. Did I even like half of them? No. I only have good memories from about 3. And they're clouded with a lot of bad memories. So none of them are pure. None of them stand alone. There's always something that just seems to pierce that shit and say, yeah, but it still sucked somehow. And, you know, that's just human nature, to just be selfish and narcissistic and just say, well, that any good thing, I can tamper that shit with something bad because the world has plenty of that. And that's not untrue. Instead of embracing the one good thing you should be thankful for and say, this was the light here, like you said, in that darkness. And instead of recognizing that and taking that for being worth 10,000 times more than all the bad put together, I chose to ignore the one good thing for all the bad stuff, meaning I'm just choosing to just be bad. Right? And I'm not just talking about Christmas here, obviously. There is something to gratitude, and there is something to recognizing certain things, and there is something to following back to the source, if you can think for yourself where those blessings came from and what's good about that, and then recognizing where all that bad came from and recognizing that and saying, you know what? That's a whole big envelope of bullshit, but there is something good over here, and the whole world is telling me to ignore that. Well, they're probably telling me to ignore that for a reason. So you know what? I'm gonna be gangster as fuck, and I'm just gonna go search that out and see where that's coming from. And lo and behold, that's where all the good shit's at, and the world is just full of shit, and it's trying to depress you, make you hate yourself for not coming against something that you don't even know what's wrong. The definition of depression is essentially self-hate. Why are so many depressed these days? Because you don't have answers to your own questions. You actually do, but you don't know where they're at, and the world has steered you away, chastised you, canceled you, made you a martyr, and excluded you. And exclusion was the one thing you were afraid of in the first place, because you wanted to belong somewhere. You wanted to feel like you're not alone in this world. So you either follow the system or die. That's the message. I think it's clear from top to bottom. No matter where you look, that's the message. Whether you hear it or not, doesn't matter. You can see that's the message. And it's the 99%. So what does Christmas have to do with seeing through that bullshit and seeing that, okay, well, this is an agenda, this is by design, and maybe I'm not so bad, and maybe I'm not alone, but how do I reach out? Well, certainly not really through social media, and I would still say not through some stream somewhere, or some church anywhere, or some school anywhere, or whatever. The blueprints, the instructions have always been there, and they're so simple a child can understand them. Now you got to read them in order. You can't do 2 + 2 until you do 1 + 1. So there is a little discipline, there is a little bit of trying, a tiny bit of work to do all the good stuff instead of letting the bad stuff just kill you. Spiritually, emotionally, physically. Drug addiction, jealousy, divorce, rape, murder, assault, all the bad stuff that the world is just full of, and it'll push you into that corner as soon as it possibly can. How do you get away from it? What's the answer? It's the same answer it's always been. Oh my God, you're going to talk about Jesus. Well, yeah, okay. Who do you think you look like? You know what? Let's now I actually am going to quote scripture. It says, "And God made man in his own image." That means what? That means he had an image to make you in. That means before you were ever born, you already had an image. And God himself had an image in order to basically pattern you after. Yeah, you don't look just like him. You look like yourself. You're individual, you're unique, you're perfect, and you're pure. Now, if you've been corrupted by something in this world, like chemicals, drugs, something your mother intook, something in your environment, things like this that created handicaps and created things like that. Gotta understand it's every single bit of that. And that's what men do to the world, and that's what the world does to children. Not just in a pre-birth stage. Usually the world just murders them. It's called abortion. Facts, right? But anyway, your mom is a gangster as fuck. I don't care if she was a crackhead whore. She chose to give birth to you and suffer that, because that's some pretty painful shit. I don't care how bad it was. She chose to give birth to you and give you a shot, even if she gave you away to other people. I don't care if you're a foster child who's been in and out, your entire world's been a piece of shit, and all this and that. The bottom line is she didn't kill you before you were born. You had a chance. Maybe try to use it. If you're still here to complain about it, then maybe take that energy and actually use it. Now, I'm not speaking to the choir, and obviously I didn't experience exactly that. I've had my own troubles, but that's pretty rock bottom right there. But cool. The only direction is up from there, right? But anyway, bottom line is he had an image he created you after. So the entire point of Christmas is that the same image that God created for himself to model you after, he came himself in person and was conceived. He was not born on December 25th at all. It's definitely biblical. But he was born in the latter days of September. And that's about the same time that they celebrate the Feast of Tabernacles. You know what Tabernacles is? It's tents. You know what tents are? They're a temporary dwelling somewhere else. So he did it first, before he sent you as an ambassador. If you're a Christian, you know what I'm talking about. If you're not a Christian, fine, it'll make sense later. But before he sent you out as an ambassador, he did it himself. Then he died a death that you can't even imagine. Even those victims of Auschwitz can't, well, I mean, maybe they can sort of relate. Okay, just how bad it actually was. But he did everything perfect, and having no single slight against him, took every single thing you ever did wrong upon himself, and you're like, well, I didn't ask him to do that. Well, you don't know what you did or didn't do before you were born, because you've been around for millions of years. But you don't know what you did or didn't do before you were born, most likely. If you do know, then you wouldn't argue this point in the first place. But either way, he went and did for you what you could not do for yourself, so that you could basically just say, thanks, Father, for coming and fixing my flat tire because I had no idea what I was doing. That's Christianity. And so then you say, thanks, Father. And he says, so you recognize that, right? And you're like, yeah, you're actually my father, and this actually makes sense. And he's like, okay, cool. So we're cool now, right? Now go tell the rest of the kids that they've been out way too late, and they're out doing a bunch of fucked up shit, and they're following after the wrong father just because, well, they're kind of being assholes. So that's kind of your job as a Christian, is to go tell them the exact same thing I'm telling you. And that pretty much puts clarity into why this shit is going on, what's going on, and the meaning of Christmas in the first place. So then he was eventually born, and then he did his thing, and he said exactly what he needed to say everywhere that he said it, so that anybody who wanted to hear it could hear it. But if you have no eyes to see, you know what you're going to turn into? A biblical scholar that's arguing the scripture points so that you can turn everybody to other religions and say it's all the same and everybody has their own opinion. When God himself made the world, a bunch of his children rebelled. He destroyed that world along with the dinosaurs. History proves that. And then he created this world so that you could be born in the flesh knowing nothing. Well, Satan said, I'm not having any of that. I'm not going to be born in the flesh. I'm going to go fuck a man and his wife. And then I'm going to have my own kid. That was Cain. And then, well, Adam's child was born, Abel. And then Satan's child, the first murderer, said, I'm not trying to hear that. It's going to be all about Cain and all about Satan. So he killed Abel because he was jealous because Cain was religious. Imagine that. Abel was not. Abel was trying to do the right thing. You know, just kind of get by and not build a bunch of cities and put people together like cockroaches to where they kill each other. But he was just trying to be a pastor and guide the sheep in the way they're supposed to go. Well, Cain fucking hated that because he wanted to build cities and run your banks and run your Hollywood and run your churches and run your schools and run your politics and have fucking gay porn in your kindergarten schools and have perverts running fucking California into the ground while it fucking catches on fire, and now it's about to be washed away with floods. And then, see, this is what he wants. And then have fucking people that hate you elected into your own government, and then you find out months later that they've siphoned billions of dollars a year for who knows how long in one state in the United States. We're not going to talk about the other 49 states, though, right? So this shit they've been doing this shit underground for a long time. You're seeing it now. It's the same motherfuckers that murdered Jesus when he was murdered, and that was God himself. But it's like he said it was going to be, so he had the Last Supper, and he said, "This is my body, which I give up willingly, gladfully for you. And this is my blood, which I spill willingly and gladfully for you." And then he was tortured like forever, and then he was murdered, and then he rose up again just like he said he was, but he did spend 3 days in hell. For all those people who hadn't heard this story yet, oh, they got to hear that story too. You accept it? And they're like, "Yeah, man, that sounds pretty cool." And he's like, "All right, come with me. Get out of the ghetto and come up into Uptown," right? Okay, cool. And that's where we all get to go when we pass away. Now, that's the gospel. And in the end day, if you're evil, imagine this. Imagine if you were evil by motive. I'm not talking about innocently evil, like you're doing some bad thing according to some law that you never even heard before. I'm not talking about that. You knowingly are woke. You knowingly are a serial killer. You knowingly are a child molester. You are 100% evil. And then a light shined and it washed away everything bad. If you were bad, what's going to happen to you? Because you have no place in the good. Because if I was in heaven and you're a fucking Chester molester, you're a woke fucking activist, you're a fucking satanic ass liberal purple haired motherfucker that loves to murder babies before they're even born, if you're one of these pieces of shit that is so commonplace and has a voice and they get to march with their rainbow flag. Remember, God gave a rainbow as a promise. It's not a coincidence that the false flag is a rainbow flag. In fact, it even says when Satan comes running in on his fake ass white horse, he carries a rainbow too. Well, you're actually seeing it right now as we speak. Anyway, so if you're one of these individuals that just so vehemently embraces everything that's not Jesus, everything that's not the 10 Commandments, if you love rape, you love murder, you love fucking hate, you foster hate, you do everything you can to abolish anything that might help the children, you do everything you can to confuse the children, even putting gay porn and drag queens in elementary schools. If this is what you are, I don't want to spend one single second in heaven with you. You piece of fucking evil shit. That's also the gospel. Because remember, the same Savior is also a judge. And when purity comes, everything that's not pure is washed away. And if you have no discipline at all, no forgiveness, no repentance, and you're not sorry for anything that you've done, you're proud of your evil, you relish like Charles Manson in your disgustingness, like that motherfucker in Silence of the Lambs. Bro, who would want to spend 5 seconds with something like that? Nobody. That's the message of Christmas. So no, this isn't Jesus' birthday, but it was his conception. And remember, the exact same day that Jesus was conceived, Mary went to Elizabeth, who was already 6 months pregnant with John. And you know what John did? He leapt in the womb at the presence of the Lord God himself in the womb of Mary. And I'm not talking about just God, and then you got the Son of God, you got this other God, maybe a Spirit of God, and this. No, God himself. You have a body, a soul, and a spirit. What does the Father have? A body, Jesus Christ, who came in the flesh, a soul, Jesus Christ, who came in the flesh, and a spirit, the Holy Spirit, which was in Jesus Christ, who came in the flesh. You want to know who your Father is? One of the disciples asked that. You know what Jesus told him? He said, "I've been with you all this time and you still don't see me?" Really? You don't get it? That's the power of Christianity. And that's what the world's been hiding from you through your schools, including colleges, through your chapels, all of your churches, 99.9% of your churches, all of your politicians, all of your news, which is part of your education, all of your education since the generation before you was born, and even the one before that. Actually, this really kicked off around 1948. And you can trace it back and you can see the social changes. The 60s are huge. The latter 50s and the 60s are huge in telling you where that social change really came from and how the government not only inspired but manipulated it. And I don't say just one particular country's government. I'm talking about the actual system and a spiritual agenda that the world really hasn't seen before, because we started to get mass communication, which the world has never seen before. Not before this generation. You didn't have computers, internet, cell phones, and all that. And they were smarter in Rome than we are now. You think Caesars? You think the Caesars didn't want nuclear bombs and cell phones? Oh shit, this world would look a lot different if they had just one or two of those. They'd have been gods. Hell, the Caesars called themselves gods on Earth. A lot like the popes. Facts. And they're both in Rome. Facts. But anyway, that's not getting into religious. I mean, it's just a fact. It's so yeah, don't really know what else I can say about that. That's there you go. I mean, that's as simple as I see it, personally. Okay, well, there we have it. Nice.
It's too far. It's not doing anything. I'll deal with it. Now you fall.
That's enough out of you.
Let's finish this. One less to worry about.
All right, I think we pretty much have to fry Anders at least once, though, right? Oh, that's not acceptable. Oh, now he's gonna fry me just because I was being a smartass. Dude, you see that? He waited. He thought he got me too. I'm gonna get him this time. Sorry, Varric, if I have to fry you too, I'm totally frying this. Nice. This is Anders hate for real. You know, it's actually said that while Stephen was being stoned to death, he did a lot like the Lord did. The Lord taught the entire time he was on the cross. My God, why hast thou forsaken me? Oh my God, he's just calling out to God to save him. No, Jesus. Okay, first of all, that is God, so he's not calling out to himself. But what he was doing was quoting the psalm that described his entire execution from start to finish. And when he finally gave up the spirit, he said, "It is finished," which is the last verse of the psalm that he started with, my God, why hast thou forsaken me?" Which is actually written, even in the Greek, in actual perfect Aramaic, which is what the original psalm was actually written in. So he was teaching while his bones were showing and he had blood dripping from everything, and, you know, half of his bones were shattered and exposed, and, he should have, been way dead, but God's pretty gangster about shit, so he's gonna do what he's gotta do before he goes. Anyway, Stephen did similar. Stephen was being stoned, and basically the entire time he was being stoned, he taught I don't know how long it took him, but he taught basically the Old Testament all the way up to the point of Acts through all the Gospels. Exactly what everybody needed to hear. And then, of course, he was murdered. By who? The Kenites, the same people who murdered everybody from Abel to Jesus to Charlie Kirk. And I'm not calling... Yeah, actually, I mean, a prophet is somebody who can foretell the future based on what God says it's going to be, with truth. So, the depth of his understanding, don't really care. But it's a really good example for you to follow. That shit didn't just happen thousands of years ago. It's been going on up until today. That doesn't mean go call everybody who gets murdered a prophet. That's not the point. The point being that it's a consistent thing. Truth fighting against the lie gets murdered. Because that's the only way the world can deal with it. It's been the same since Abel himself. That's your object lesson, and you can look back through history anywhere as far as you want to go, and you will see that it's the absolute truth. Oh, and they're also scholars and lawyers and musicians and actors and night show hosts and bankers and possibly the owner of like shit like Amazon, maybe. I don't mean the South America, and so on and so forth. Look what they do. Like, a good tree can't bear bad fruit, and a bad tree cannot bear good fruit. Look at their fruit. That's what Jesus told you. Now, apply that to real life and stop being a pussy-ass Christian that can barely drink milk. And actually look at the reality of it. Maybe if you're not a Christian, you'll become a Christian because you'll see, like, that actually explains, like, everything. And it's not a conspiracy, it's just fact because it's been written for between 2 to a little over 4,000 years. And it reads like tomorrow's newspaper. I think there's something to say to that. You know what? We need to stick on this. Or I'm going to stick on this because well, maybe I won't. Maybe that's the last we'll say about it, but I feel Christmas deserves that. A little respect. A little eye-opening respect where, okay, well, that just got real. No, it's always been real. The world doesn't let you see it. You still got a choice.
Need to get closer. This one will fetch a... Go down!
I hate blood mages. I hate blood mages. Beautiful. A lot of smoke though, right? Smooth? Like, it's a lot of smoke. Like, when Satan farts, man, you can't see things for like days. He's not even here in person yet. Dude, you got people worshiping things like Biden and Newsom and all these figureheads, Soros and shit. Even, I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to name names because I'm not going to sit here and judge anybody. I mean, I just name names. I'm just giving examples. Like the rulers of the world that are doing all these things, and things aren't going particularly well. So if all the people moving and shaking are making things like shit, then the movers and shakers are making things like shit. I think anybody can see that, right? That's kind of how it's supposed to be. Okay, fine. But Satan's not even here in person. Can you imagine if a miracle worker that could actually bring peace to a system that he created and just basically undo it, cure cancer, pay off all your bills, work wonders inside of you, raise your dead grandma, in front of your eyes, whatever is necessary for you to believe that that is actually the Messiah, no matter what religion you belong to, whether you're a scientist thinking about aliens, whether you're a Muslim thinking about whatever that fucking pig god is, whether you're a Buddhist, whether you're claimed to be a Christian or whatever, and you're not even prepared to realize that this thing's going to actually come and do this. And I don't know what percentage, but I would say over half of the scripture warns you against this one event. It was even hidden from prophets back then, but their words still spoke true to the pattern of these events actually happening, even though they didn't even know it. Meaning that they were not talking for themselves. This wasn't a man-written book, and all these things reading like tomorrow's newspaper weren't by accident. 100% across the board, with no flaw, no error, and no inaccuracies whatsoever. That's got some power behind it. The only people you see arguing against it are what? They're like shadow boxers. But let me hide the truth because I can't refute it. I can't make the truth untrue because it's truth, so let me hide it from everybody. Now that looks like a world agenda to me, and that's pretty common across everything you see and hear today, even on the news. And when I say truth, I mean biblical truth. You can't say biblical. I just did. Cancel me. This really has nothing to do with me, but still, just saying. Sometimes a little boldness. I think Jesus said, be salty. Salt makes a difference. If the salt has lost its saltiness, it's good for nothing. Like you're not even worth dust. Dust is worth more than you. If you've lost your saltiness, if you're not making a difference anywhere you go, in anything you say or do, you're worth nothing. You're worth less than nothing. You're less than zero. Like, what's his face in that? Oh, never mind. Anyway, I was gonna quote a movie, but well, that's actually not a bad example. Now salty is a half-ass passive-aggressive criticism, a judgment, isn't it? Oh, he or she is being a little bit salty. Needs some anger management. No, motherfucker, I'm angry about evil. It's disgusting, and it's wrong in every single word, and you're trying to make a government out of it. And you're trying to make a religion out of evil. Yeah, I am salty. Calling that shit for what it is. True story? True story.
Are you hurt? Did they touch you?
I'm not lying, that's a little sexy.
Killing
That's a little sexy
everyone.
right there.
They cut Papa, bled him.
Why? Why would they do this?
It's a demon at work. By this point, there's nothing human left inside.
Yeah.
The Magister. She said she needed
You know
power,
what?
that someone was coming to kill her.
Hollywood has a rendition of what priests and religious people and
tried to be
cultists
good.
and
We did
witches and
everything we were
Satanists
told.
are
She
and this
loved
and that and
Papa
blah blah
so.
blah.
I don't understand.
Get out of Hollywood. Do you know the apocalypse is going to look nothing like what Hollywood tells you it is. You know what the apocalypse is going to look like? Somebody claiming to be Jesus, making you believe him, and if you don't know any better, you're going to believe him. Now, of all those that believe him, there will be some who actually speak the truth, but they will not speak of their own accord. Just like in Acts, the Holy Spirit spoke, and you know what happened? Y'all, would y'all just listen to me for a second? Don't listen to me. Just listen to what I'm saying. I'm passing this along to you. Forget that I even exist. Just remember what you're hearing. I'm assuming you're going to be alive for the next few years. God bless you are, and God bless you if you're not. If you die tomorrow, at least you heard this. And at some point you see it, you'll realize that it actually happened. When Acts happened, there was no religious fucking speaking in tongues. You know what speaking in tongues is? It's speaking every single language on the, because people from all over the world were gathered there. Not just the Arabs, not just the Israelites, but there was people from everywhere. This was like festival time. This was like a gathering time, right? People traveled for months, possibly even years to get here, because this was after the high Sabbath, but it was a celebration time. And of course, if you're going to have a holiday time, what are you going to make out of it? You're going to create a marketplace, right? Just use your current knowledge as to what was even going on back then. But you couldn't just travel across the world in 6 hours. It might take you a year or more, possibly, depending on where you're coming from. There was somebody from every, at least major, or what you would call at that time, probably first world nation, right? At that time, I guess you would say disciples. I guess you could say apostles. The difference between disciple and apostle is this. A disciple is one who's disciplined. That's where the word disciple comes from. An apostle means apo, which is Greek for sent, a sent one. It's basically empowered and sent. Specifically, if you really just want to get into all the roots of the word, but it's essentially that, an empowered and sent one, an ambassador, if you will. You're speaking for somebody else in their power, not your own. As a human being, you don't have shit, right? You can barely knock out that asshole who's disrespecting your girlfriend in the bar. Okay, unless you're a Navy SEAL. Then you're gangster as fuck, and okay, maybe you're on another level. But that's, okay, look, I'm getting sidetracked. So basically, you're empowered, and you're not going by your power, you're going by the power that was given to you, and you're representing that. That's what an ambassador is. So an apostle is kind of like that. If you know anything about the scripture, you've ever heard anything in church, that's what that means. All right, one empowered and sent, specifically a sent one, like Paul would be that. And Paul went through some shit, but that's another story. All right, so what the apostles did, and you can go read this for yourself. Just read just half the chapter, and you'll see that I'm telling the truth. One of them spoke, and everybody heard them at the same time. Have you ever heard some shit like that? Somebody speak Chinese, Arabic, Aramaic, Hebrew, Greek, Swahili, I'm trying to think of Turkish, if that was even necessarily a thing at the time. Anyway, I could just make up all the languages that you could possibly speak, and all of them being completely different, all going all the way back to the Tower of Babel. All the tongues were separated, right? And so what did the apostles do? They spoke once and everybody heard them. And so what is it documented? All the people that heard them not only in their own language, but based on the neighborhood that they were born in, the district they were born in, their own particular use of slang. Like, what does bad mean? Bad sometimes means good. But if you're over here on the rich side of town, bad never means good. Bad means bad. You see what I'm saying? It's the exact same word. Everybody was hearing the scriptures revealed to them, describing the events that were happening. And you know what they were quoting? They were quoting the prophet Joel. Go read Joel chapter 2 specifically. I would read the whole, it's only like 3 chapters long, I think. Maybe 4, but I think it's like 3 chapters long. Go read and see exactly what's happening. And then you'll see why I say locusts all the time. And then go read Revelation chapter 9, and you'll see why I'm saying locusts all the time. And then you'll see exactly where we're at in the procedure of things. It's clear as day. It's literally in your face if you go look at it. If you're not going to bother to go read, I guess you're not going to bother to live either. Anyway, so that's what happened then. This is actually going to happen again. But you're not only going to see it sitting there in some little dusty town over there in, Israel somewhere. No, what you're going to see it is on your laptops, your cell phones, your TV, your streaming service, which is probably your any of those devices. You're going to see it on your windows. The same windows that the thief came into every single household and stole all of your truth from you. You're actually going to see and hear people regardless of your language. In other words, if you're Chinese right now, which you're probably not because you have, well, unless you're bilingual, which God bless you, bilingual is that really is a gift. But regardless of who you were, let's say I were delivered up to speak against a magistrate in a court that I could never belong in, a world court that has global coverage on, right? And to speak in every single language at the exact same time. Do you think I can do that, bro? I can't even speak Spanish. I know like 3 Spanish words, and I spent basically a year in a Spanish kitchen learning, like, I think baso is like, I don't know, hola is hello. Like seriously, how could I speak in every single language on the planet? In fact, I don't think anybody who's been given this gift, I'm not saying none of them, but probably most of them will not even be bilingual. They'll be able to speak in every single language so that the Chinese government and the fucking Indians and Eskimos and, well, Canadians pretend to speak English. Is that wrong? Okay. Just never mind. I'm going South Park with that one. That's anyway. And the Mexicans and Argentinians and the Russians, right? All hearing me speak their language at the exact same time, revealing the events according to Scripture, and making it so that the power of God's actual Spirit makes all that understood in their ears, where Jesus said even the gainsayers wouldn't be able to speak against them. That's not you talking. That's not me talking. That's not anybody talking. But that is being a Christian, and that is your duty. And if you refuse that, if you say, no, I'm scared of Satan, I want all of his sweetmeats, and I want a car in my driveway, and I want you to pay off my bills that aren't going to matter in a minute because the judge of heaven and the earth is about to crush the earth anyway and make it his own, so none of that money's going to matter at all. But yeah, if you're like Balaam the prophet, where even a donkey can talk you down and show you that you're just being a dumbass more than a donkey. Dumbass more than a donkey, get it? Anyway, that's the unforgivable sin. So don't let anybody ever tell you that. Mostly, I think the most common satanic, hypocritical, Kenite teaching about the unforgivable sin is it's divorce. I think divorce would be probably the most common amongst denominational teachings, that divorce is the unforgivable sin, because once you're divorced, you can't like undo it. Did you know that God is a divorcee? It's in Jeremiah. Go look it up for yourself. So no, that's not it. But refusing the Holy Spirit in that day, which is your entire purpose for existing in this life, to speak against that. Now what happens is when you speak against the courts, the beast, which is the political system, and the leader of the beast, which is Satan himself, the false prophet, the little horn, right? When you actually speak against those courts and you speak against those magistrates, you speak against those principalities, those green movers, those global warming fanatic freaks, and you disprove it all in basically a short breath, what happens is everybody that hears that realize that it was all a lie. And that's God's last effort to allow you to make a choice for well, it's not his last effort in this age. Before he ends it, it's his last effort to allow you to make a reasonable, logical, common sense decision for yourself. Yeah, battery-powered cars only led to a war in Ukraine over fucking lithium. You know, I mean, that's not going to be that's not going to be the selling point of the salvation of your soul. But just for example, right? You know, these common sense, obvious bullshit things that all that's happened up to this point was an agenda led to destroy the very thing that these elect are going to be saying at that time. And at that moment, many will be saved. Well, at the head of these elect, you can go read Revelation for yourself. I believe it's chapter 11, might be 12, but I think it's 11. There's 2 witnesses, specifically. And that would be 2 people that haven't died yet. Now, in the scripture, there's Elijah, there's Enoch, there's Moses. Well, Moses died. No, he didn't. Satan couldn't even find his bones. Satan's been looking for Moses' bones since way back when. Well, and who appeared in the Mount of Transfiguration with Jesus? Well, it was Elijah and Moses. So I'm guessing that's who the 2 witnesses are, because, like the scripture says, it's appointed unto all men to live and die once. Your entire purpose for living. So this is your answer to the meaning of life. Your entire reason for living is to be born innocent, knowing nothing, and weaving through the traffic of this world with the obvious instructions given to you, while you complain loudly that you never had a choice, even though the Bible was in your face, although you got a lot of false prophets misleading you. Politicians, preachers mostly. Satan's biggest work is done from behind the pulpit, but politics, economy, and education come from that, mainly by removing the scripture from all of those things. If you remove God's law out of the law, if you remove God's law out of the schools, and if you remove God's law out of politics, you have corruption, corruption, corruption. And all of that is related. You can't have a politician without a banker. And so the economy definitely stems from that. You can't have one without the other. So you see, like, the 4 horsemen. There's your 4 horsemen. It's easy. Remember the one that has a scale and it says, you know, a measure of wheat for a penny, and it's basically giving you 1/10 of a penny's worth for 20 pennies, and then selling you, right, and then buying from you, right, 20 pennies worth and giving you half a penny, right? You can say shekels, whatever, it doesn't really matter, right? That's one of the horsemen. That's the economy. And then you have the red horse, you know, which I guess would be politics. You have the white horse, which is religion, and the black horse, I guess you could say that's education. And that really is also death, because all those go hand in hand, and all those spirits work together. And you see them working in the world you have now. Like I've always said, if like it's always been said, sorry, has nothing to do with me. All of your political, and look at your news, all of your educators, and look at where they're pushing your children, and look at where your economy is going based on these policies and legislature that are put in place, and look at the way your churches are going, flying their rainbow flags. They're all going the same direction. How do you get 4 spirits to agree and commit the entire globe to do one thing when 2 people sitting in the same room can't agree on shit, but you get the entire world to agree on the shit that's opposite of common sense? Is it common sense to tell your 7-year-old to cut off his dick? Or tell your 13-year-old girl to cut off her titties and take hormones? Is it common sense to give gay porn to your elementary school children? Is it common sense to invite the very people who your tax dollars have funded to destroy you by promoting green scams and global warming ideologies? And if you want to argue that, I'll destroy you in 2 seconds flat, personally. I'll just give you basic facts, not biblical stuff, right? But green scams to stop you from drilling. Do you know how many billions, even trillions of dollars we send overseas every year to buy oil instead of just making it ourselves based on green scams? And do you know what they do with that money? They fund the motherfuckers that are infiltrating us right now, the same assholes who blew up our Twin Towers, supposedly. It was an inside job, but that's not the point. It's what they represent. Skinny boy who's gone overseas in any of the recent wars, what they think of those savages, whether they're a SEAL or a Marine or just an Army grunt or just an Air Force pilot. Ask them what they think of those savages, and they're going to be like, now you're electing them to our government after I saw all my friends die to kill these fucking subhuman pieces of shit? And now you're electing them into government. And you know they're subhuman, and you're electing them anyway. Do you understand what kind of spirit is controlling your brain to do that? That's not God's spirit. It's called being possessed. That's what woke is. It's not politics. It's a religious movement. It's literally possession. And you're actually seeing it. It's not somebody turning their head around 360 and spitting vomit across the room and, I don't know, making their bed rise up and down and do a bunch of stupid shit. No, that's not possession. Possession is that motherfucking liberal hating you because you told her that she just murdered her own baby, even though she just did it for a 7th time. And she's proud of it because she's completely fucking possessed. And if you give her any truth, she starts screaming and she probably assaults you physically. It's called demonic possession. You can't even bind them with chains. They're so out of control. You're actually seeing it. This is all real world shit that you're actually seeing right now. Anyway, when you see these people open their mouths and everybody in the world understand them at the exact same time, speaking against the very things governing you right now, and it's got to get worse before it gets better, right? When you see that, you'll know this wasn't bullshit. If that never happens, I'm a complete liar. Shoot me in my face, literally with a shotgun, and kill me right now. That's how sure I am that exactly what I'm telling you is exactly what you're going to see. All the signs leading up to that are happening, so it's only inevitable that that actually happens as a conclusion, right? Anyway, I'll be back in a second. Okay. Well, in light of all that, we still need to get back to killing things, though, right?
You're just a slave to them. Property to be used.
Everything was fine until today.
It wasn't. You just didn't know any better.
Are you my master now?
No.
But I can cook. I can clean. What else will I do?
Yeah, come work for me. I love Fenris. I didn't realize you were in the market for a slave. I gave her a job, bro. Oh, my bad.
If you go to Kirkwall,
Awesome.
I can help you. Yes? Oh, praise the Maker. Thank you.
I didn't realize you were in the market for a slave.
Slaves are useful, Fenris. You could be such an asshole right there. Slaves are useful. Hey, that's really messed up.
I gave her a job, Fenris.
Ah, then that's good. My apologies. Let's find Hadriana and be done with this place.
You know what I love thinking about right here is you give this person who hasn't even been allowed to live yet like a no, I'm just yeah, it's even worse than I was gonna say, like an animal kept in a cage their entire life. I could actually make a comparison there, but anyway, imagine her getting her first money and she doesn't even know what money is. And then you say, this is where you go of your own free will, walk around the market amongst other people who can do what they want and spend your money on whatever you want, like a pretty dress. And can you imagine a slave saying, I don't know what pretty is? Can you imagine? And then you're like, okay. I mean, dude, I'd be basically in tears at this point. I'd be like, okay, all right, so check this out. If you think something looks really, really nice and you like it, here's money so you can go get it. And you can buy it for yourself if you want to. And you're even allowed to tell the merchant, I don't believe that's fair. I think maybe it's worth 20 silvers, but I don't think it's worth 30. And then he'll say 25, and then you can decide for yourself that that's okay. Or you can say, no, I'll give you 20. Or, you know what? I'm going somewhere else. Can you imagine being allowed the opportunity to exercise free will? Like for the first time? You actually get money. You've been enslaved. You've been working your fingers to the bone your entire life, and you've just been allowed to live. You haven't been used as a blood slave by the woke. I mean, by the blood mages. You've just been allowed to live, and you need to be grateful for that, right? And then all of a sudden, you get to go buy a dress or a pair of shoes or a pretty ring, or you can just go buy something to eat that you want to eat. Not something you're allowed to eat, but something you want to eat. You know, I'm gonna be like really, really candid here, and I'm gonna give you an example. This is actually true story. So I was a really, 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 really bad actor. But I'm not saying I'm not a bad actor now. I hope I'm not, but I was a really bad actor when I was young. It eventually caught up to me. And I went and took a state-sponsored vacation for a long time. When that state-sponsored vacation was over, at that moment, at that time, now, of course, you know, nothing super bad has happened since, but I haven't done anything like way over the top. Thank God. But by the time that state-sponsored vacation on the state's dime, Okay, I'm not speaking parables. So anyway, I got locked up when I was about, I don't know, well, there was several times before that, but it was a really bad 4 or 5 years that led up to around 1991. Yeah, 1991. And closer to 1992. I'll just say 1992. Yeah, let's just say that. Doesn't really matter. It's apples and oranges. But remember, back then, the only thing they had at that point was like satellite phones. All right? I'm not even sure emails were a thing. They might have had emails. I don't know if the web was anyway, I wasn't familiar with any of that. So 14 years later, so remember, at this point, I'm like 36. I've spent over half of my adult life and over a third of my entire life, let's just say, institutionalized. All right, come a long ways even since then, to be honest. Got some things right during that time for the right reason, and made a lot of effort to not just be bad, right? I get out, and my best friend in life, to this day, even though we haven't spoken for like 2 years, which is crazy, but I mean, there's reasons. I mean, you get anybody who knows me, you know about Nathan, my little dude, man. That was his son. We'd been best friends since we were 10 years old. And he was the one that was supposed to get in a lot of trouble, and I was the one that was supposed to not do that. But it went the opposite way. He actually did basically everything right. One of the best parents ever in the entire history of the world, which makes it even harder for him. Anyway, let me hold my composure. But this is a really, really good example. So we're going to go out, and Starbucks didn't exist when I left, but it was a thing, and I'm like, okay, this Starbucks shit is actually pretty cool. Political correct hadn't really kicked in yet, and I boycotted Starbucks for, oh man, well over 10 years now. But that's a different story. I've not bought Starbucks since. Actually, I got a $50 gift card, and I gave it to a cop on purpose. If you know the history, you know the history. If you don't, you don't. So anyway, we go to the mall, and I remember when we were teenagers, me and this same dude, we were the guys that we would take a cigarette. Seriously. Obviously, there's cameras nowadays. You can't do this shit. We'd take a cigarette that was about half smoked, and we'd put a hole through the cigarette with like a paper clip or pretty much just anything, right? And then we'd take a firecracker and string the fuse down by the butt, right? And twist it over. And so there was about this much cigarette left. And then we'd walk away. We'd walk like, I don't know, down to the next section of the mall. And we'd sit down and pretend to be chilling. And then you could smoke anywhere. So we'd sit there and smoke our cigarettes and whatever and just wait. And then when the time bomb went off, when the cigarette actually burned down to the butt, the firecracker would go off, and you'd have any number of innocent victims down there, you know, in that particular area of the mall. And okay, I'm not gonna lie, it was funny to watch. Okay, maybe it wasn't cool, but it was hilarious to us. I remember I was a bad actor at this time, so this is like my best friend, right, from back in those days. I can tell you a couple other stories. So anyway, it doesn't matter. I could probably tell you like 500 stories, and we could just stop playing the video game altogether. Anyway, so I get out, and we go to a mall that we had obviously been to 1,000 times before, and it's all new shit. Like, GameStop was a new thing. I'd never seen a GameStop. I'd never seen a phone store where you get flip phones, right? I'd never seen anything like that, like AT&T or any of this shit. This was all brand new. I had never texted. I had never sent an email, never seen an email, didn't even know what it was. I'm not lying. That's how quick the generational gap closed during that 14-year period. It was almost exactly 14 years. It was 14 and change, but let's just say 14 years, right? And I get out, and we find a Starbucks in the mall, and I'm like, oh man, I need one of those Starbucks because that shit is delicious, and I'm a freaking coffee hound, right? I am not lying. And this is when my friend looked at me, and I don't think I've ever seen that expression on his face. I was, no, sorry, no, wait, that's not the right story. I mean, this is the right story, but no, we go into a Starbucks, and we go ahead and get our stuff, right? I get whatever drink I got. I don't even remember I can tell you what it was. Anyway, we walk out, and we were going to look at, I think it was a GameStop, actually. I think we were going to walk into a GameStop, and I ask my friend, I say, can we take these in there? I was literally asking for permission to take a drink that I just bought in a mall in the United States of America. I was asking, is it okay to take this in there? He gave me a fucked up look. It was, I don't think, if you could say pity and sad all at the same time, and then like complete confusion, like, yeah, why wouldn't you? You know, like, yeah, of course, like type of thing, right? And to be fair to him, man, he tried to like bring me up to speed and stuff. And yeah, there was some other, but that was yeah, I already had my drink, but I didn't know if I was allowed to take it into a store. And so I had to ask. That's how bad it was. So can you imagine? Yeah. It's just, I've never seen it before. I'll never see it again. Anyway. But to this day, we've been friends for 45 years. And if he were to call me and say, hey man, I'm stuck between here and Dallas. It's 3 in the fucking morning. I would find a way to go right now, go change my tire and say, I'll be there. I got you. I'm not even allowed to drive right now. I'd go get him. I wouldn't, I'd be like, you know, it's one of those, like, if you ever watched The Town with Ben Affleck, great fucking movie if you haven't seen it, The Town. Yeah, it's like, I don't even ask a question. It's like, whose car are we taking? We're going to go fuck up some people, and I don't want you to ask any questions. It's like, okay, whose car are we taking? That type of shit. Like, literally that type of shit. And he looks at me like, what the fuck? So can you imagine your first act of freedom since you were born? And you've got your own money for the first time ever. And you can actually just go do what you want, buy what you want, you know, just do your job. But outside of that, live a life. Go get a boyfriend. You're not allowed to see anybody you're not allowed to see. Right? Like that type of thing. So yeah, I kind of relate. I mean, obviously not to this extreme, but that's actually a true story, and I just told you. But it's not even, it's like not even human. It's not even human. It's brainwashed. It's, well, institutionalized is brainwashed to one extent or another. Regardless how you went through the system, but it's crazy how the system is able to create that effect in a free person. So that's something to think about too. How is that even possible? How can you create that effect in a free person? All right, hold on a second. I'm going through the wrong door. Anyway. Yeah, that was similar to that. Not near as bad as this, obviously, but similar. I think the exact same psychology. I think that's fair to say, right? God damn it. All right. So I'm going over here then? All right, here we go. My bad. I think we still got 2 more of these rooms to go, or at least 1 more of these rooms to go through with these asshole blood mages. Oh, 100% true friend. Dudes are hard to tear down, man.
Need to get close. One less to worry about.
Oh, get ready. Okay, I'm just gonna chill. I'm just gonna chill. Y'all got this. Just, hey, Fenris, just kill the mage. And Fenris is like, gladly, I'll kill the mage. Fenris is all, I'll kill him dead is what I'll do. Reinforced straps. I think that's armor. Am I right? It's either armor or defense. I think it's armor. Oh, it's attack. That's unnecessary. I guess if he's going to get an attack bonus like that, you might want to consider throwing a couple extra points into, like, Constitution and Willpower. And just saying. At least think about it. All right, well, that's his upgrade. Here's the hard part. Yes, well, I gotta save. I don't think I'm gonna die here. I think we're good. Pretty sure. Depends on how fast we can burn her down. Oh, I'm gonna wreck her shit.
Now you fall.
I'm gonna wreck her quick.
This one will stay it's too far. Out of range. Get back. Go down.
She has no cooldown on her fucking spam bubble. What? You could let her spawn another thing and get some more XP out of that, but I don't. She gets to spam her invincibility bubble. Now, if you've got Dispel and you're playing a mage, you can dissolve that shit every time she casts it. Well, maybe not every time, but as soon as your shit's, it's Dispel's a quick cooldown.
Denarius. What good will that do me? I'd rather he lose his pet pupil.
You have a sister. She is alive. You wish to reclaim your life? Let me go, and I will tell you where she is.
This dude has no life. Reclaim what? Something he never had? He's been a slave his entire life. He's almost as pitiful as that poor girl we just gave a job to. Shawshank Redemption? No. No, I mean, no. That's generous, man. That's generous of you. No, I was guilty. I mean, now, you know what? Fuck disclaimers. I was guilty. I was bad. But the scene where he's just asking permission just to take a step forward, though, I can relate. I hear what you're saying, but that actually was innocence. And that was actually purity being accused of being bad. That was more a, I don't want, you know, I think it's a really bad term, Messiah complex, because that dude was humble and he was not trying to be any of that. But no, that That was the one that was being accused when the dude that was the dude that was guilty got his, though. It doesn't always work like that in real life, does it? But that's not the point. Now, yeah, I hear what you're saying. If you're talking about my story, I hear what you're saying, but no. Like, that dude was actually innocent. I wasn't. Did I get better? Was I saved? But the crazy part is, even when all that shit was happening, I would say I was saved. I was just a fucking corrupt, misguided, undisciplined piece of shit. I mean, I'm not blaming it on this. I'm blaming myself for this. But the horsepower that drug addiction has. You know, when I finally got locked up. Okay, so I'm 6'3.5". You can call it 6'4", you can call it 6'3", doesn't really matter. You know what I weighed when I got locked up? This is how bad it was. I'm literally not making this up. I got to remember the exact number. Yeah. I was 6'3.5", whatever. 6'3", 6'4". 100 and... I'm pretty sure it was 106. It was either 106 or 126. I'm not trying to glorify bad, but I'm almost positive it was 106. Because I remember thinking, man, that's almost like a fucking 100 pounds. I was almost piss yellow. I was piss yellow. Like, even my eyes, like all the whites of my eyes were almost piss yellow. So I guess what, kidneys or liver had at least taken a break. They obviously haven't shut down because I'm still alive today. Haven't had any of that shit replaced, thank God. But yeah, I was piss yellow. Even if I was 126 pounds, I'm pretty sure it was 106 because I remember saying, "Damn, I'm basically 100 pounds." 6'3", and I don't really need to say anything else, I don't think. That's where I was at then. Now I'm 6'3" and, I don't know, fucking 350 pounds. Or no, I'm not that much. I got a little gut, though. I hope it's not all beer gut, but I've invested well into it, so it's at least some beer gut. Let's just say that. Since COVID, I gained a lot of weight after COVID. Anyway, doesn't really matter. That's where I was at when I got locked up. I was actually I think probably the scariest moment, but it wasn't scary at the time because I was so high I couldn't actually be scared. I went into a convenience store and I had, I would say, probably close to a 32nd to maybe a 1/16 of an ounce in my sinuses, and it just shot up. And I went into the convenience store, and I remember not being able to see or think or move anymore. And when I woke up, I had knocked over like a card rack and an entire like display section of like magazines, I think it was, whatever. And I had somebody yelling at me in Vietnamese over my face, and I couldn't like really see or move. And I don't know if it was convulsion or whatever, but it was the only time that I remember actually doing that, strictly off of cocaine by itself. Strictly off of cocaine by itself. Like there was so much in my system that I remember seeing somebody convulse. In fact, every time they shot up, they convulsed. They would go into seizures. So I'm assuming that's what's happened. I have no idea. Couldn't even tell you. But I do remember that event. That was shortly before I went away for a while because, you know what? I needed a break. I needed a break to either get right or get gone, right? And that was a long ass 14 years. The only regret I say is they didn't let me go around the, but I mean, my wisdom doesn't mean anything. So my opinion is irrelevant here. What I needed is what I got. What I thought I needed gave me an excuse to get mad about it, right? And, you know, there's a little bit something else that needs to be burned out of the gold, if you will. Gold needs to be purged of all the bullshit, right? To be purified, right? So I'm still not saying I'm any good at any of that, right? But bottom line is, I went when I went and had a lot of support, and there was a huge number of psychological, emotional, physical elements. And I'm not saying I was set spiritually, I was just fucked up in every other way. I mean, that's kind of how I felt sometimes. But to be honest, there was anger issues to overcome. God, I should have had my parole revoked like 3 times. Just from anger. Just from, okay, you and all your friends, I'm just going to kill you and we'll just go back and start over. Like this type of stuff. Was it provoked? Yeah, it was provoked. Who was it provoked by? Like, this shit would come completely out of nowhere. Was I looking for it? Was I seeing it? Or was it actually happening? And somehow each time I was rescued from myself. Like, multiple moments of that. Couldn't hold a relationship. I think now, with God's blessing, I think I could hold a relationship. I think, but I don't. I think that's small in the greater scheme of things. If I held a relationship, I don't personally think I would even have time to have a kid. So I'm not going to say I don't care. Actually, I have my eyes on somebody. Like, I'm like, well, if there's going to be a thing, let's put it this way. If this were honored in heaven, I would say, okay, who's going to be my wife in heaven? And I would say, well, this person wouldn't be a bad choice. She's pretty cool. I think she likes me too. So there's one in my sights right now, but that's definitely a carnal thing. Anyway, bottom line is, coming out of all that, the transition was almost as hard as going into it. Coming from pure addiction, coming from pure slave to actually regaining senses. You know, believe it or not, I used to, this is a true story. I smoked, at the end of my heyday, I could smoke 1.5 to 2 packs of Camel non-filters a day. I'd been smoking since I was about 10. Yeah, I'd been smoking since I was 10, maybe 9. Actually, I started smoking when I was 9. I guess you could say 9. About 9 years old. And then it was, they outlawed all tobacco so that they could create a drug commerce. I mean, tobacco is actually stronger than heroin to kick. That's what some people say. Anyway, it's I mean, if anybody's tried to quit cigarettes if you smoke, you know it's not easy, right? This is a true story. It was, let's see, I'd been locked, it was 1992, I'd been locked up at least 2, so I'm going to say this was about 1994 or 5. I'm not exactly sure, I didn't mark the date on the calendar, but it was about 1994 or 95. They outlawed cigarettes. They still had cigarettes in the commissary, so you went and loaded up on whatever you could get so you could have them, but you knew they were going to run out. And as soon as they ran out, then you got inmates using the bosses to smuggle in cigarettes to supply cigarettes to everybody. So now cigarettes is like the new cocaine, right? And I had some, and I had whatever cigarettes I had left rolled up, and I'm like, dude, I cannot stop smoking. You know what my prayer was? This is actually how I talked to God. I said, this is actually how I talked to Jesus. I said, okay, look, I can't quit these things. I've been smoking for, well, I mean, I was only like, what, 24 years old? I've been smoking over half my life. And the latter half of that, I've been smoking like a lot, like 2 packs of non-filters a day. I could go through an entire can of Bugler in a week. Bugler is the roll your own. If you don't know what Bugler is, or Tops, if you don't know what Tops is, go look it up. Anyway, so I could smoke a can of that in a week. And so I was like, I can't stop this. I can't stop it. And if I don't stop it, I'm going to get in trouble. And if I get in trouble, I don't think I can get right, because I'm going to get sent to a really, really bad place, and it's just going to go south from here. Now, it's not like God was going to allow that to happen, but the fact that I realized it, I really believe God respected that. In fact, I know he did. I know, knowing my father, he respected that. And I'm like, I really, really need help. So, believe it or not, and I'm not giving any credit to the chapel or the chaplain, but at the time, me and another friend of mine, who I would actually call a friend, his name was Roger Bell, we both believed and were looking for something true. And nothing the chapel offered us was satisfactory. And what we were reading and what we were trying to understand wasn't satisfactory. And we went through a lot of loops, and we were working at that time segregation. Segregation is where they throw shit and piss on the run. They cut themselves. They kill themselves. They shove glass up their dick so they can go see a female nurse. Like that type of shit. We were working segregation at the time. And mopping the run when they'd flood the run. Half the water would be full of blood, piss and shit. Like this type of stuff. And if you asked for bleach, they'd write you a case and put you on a wing where you'd be one of 3 white dudes out of a lot of other people that weren't white dudes. And that didn't end well. So, anyway, it was that type of environment I was actually living in. And God blessed me through the... I saw some... Man, I could just sit here for an hour and tell you some stories that only... Anyway, sorry, getting off the subject. So, fucking deviated myself. Damn it. All right, so anyway, so me and my coworker in SEG, and we were like the people that if you had to do it, you did it, and the discipline was doing your job and doing it for the right reason, and anybody around within hearing distance was going to hear about the Word of God. And that's it, that's all. And if you didn't like it, well, then... dude, we got written up. And we got... dude, people attempted to put us in really bad situations. Multiple times. So the whole cocky, I hope I offend you attitude. I guess that's where it comes from, but Jesus said be salty. So, God willing, I'm salty. And if somebody doesn't like it, let's get saltier. Until there's so much salt that you either change or you get the fuck on. That's it. Not out of lack of love, but out of, like, I mean, who really has time for all this bullshit? So, anyway. Going to the chapel, it was on a Saturday instead of a Sunday. I remember that. And the chaplain is there, and he just decided to create a service, and we were all going to confess something that we needed help with, and he literally had olive oil. Like, this is scriptural. But the crazy thing is, he was one of the ones that likes to babble and think that that's prayer, because nobody can understand a single fucking thing you're saying, including yourself. You need an interpreter. Now, you need an interpreter for another language. You don't need an interpreter for fucking babble. That's just a religious ceremonial thing. But you know what? The intent was pure. The motive was pure. What he was doing was absolute religious dog shit. Anyway, but the intent was pure. And so I was like completely honest. He's like, okay, well, where do we need healing? And I'm like, well, I'm a smoker. And they've gotten rid of cigarettes now, and I know I'm going to get in a lot of trouble with this. And this is hindering what I think I should do, right? I mean, how else do you say it, right? So he got the anointing oil. Remember, it's Jesus Christ. You know what Christ means? Christo, anointed. That's exactly what it means. And if you go look at, I think it's Timothy, he tells you that's how the elders handle sickness, mostly spiritual sickness, but cancer, lots of other things, you know, fall under this category. Just any kind of sickness. This is how God created you. Anything outside of that doesn't belong. This is how you're supposed to be. Screw everything else. Like, that's what healing is. God didn't create you this way. Let's get rid of it. It's really just that gangster. Man, this man takes the oil, and I'm not giving any credit to this man. And he would not take any credit either. I'm not gonna lie. And he, you know, does the anointing thing and prays, and then he starts babbling. I mean, he says some things, then he starts babbling, then he says some things, then he starts babbling, and it's, you know, it's literally, but it's Pentecostal. That's his particular faith, and it has nothing to do with scripture whatsoever. But the intent was there, my motive was there, his motive was there, and you know what the scripture says? It says, where two or more are gathered in my name. But when you say gathered, it means joined in a common union and purpose, right? I may be paraphrasing a little bit. It's more than just, if two people are around each other and you think the same sort of, then shit'll happen. No, it's where two or more are gathered in my name. Well, what is his name? Go look at Revelation. It says his name is the Word of God. Go look at John. In the beginning was the Word was made flesh, and the Word dwelt among us. That's what he said, so that's what it is. There's two witnesses to verify that. Literally almost, at least 14 or 15 year smoking addiction, I felt nothing. I didn't feel any religious release. I didn't feel any white flashing lights. I didn't feel an aura of dark leave my body. I didn't feel anything. I just said, you know, this is the truth. This is what I'm struggling with, and I need help. And the anointing oil, remember, it's never a man that does it. It's the anointing oil was used. That's God's instructions. It's one of the few, I wouldn't call it a ritual, but it's an item, and it's a symbol of obedience. It's like, he says, do it this way. If you do it this way, I'll honor it. So you do it that way. I go back to my cell. I'm not kidding. I go back to my cell. And at the time I had a roommate his name was Chet. Anyway, Chet was kind of cool. Chet had problems with other inmates and stuff, but we got along, man. And I come back, and Chet smoked too. So I come back, and it's almost about to be chow time. We're about to get called out to go eat, and we're sitting there, and Chet's like, "Man, you got a cigarette?" And as soon as he said it, I said, "Yeah, yeah, in my locker." I swear he already knew I had them, right? But I only had, like, I don't know, a handful, like 2, 3, 4, 5 rolled up cigarettes or whatever. And that was like the last of the tobacco in the entire unit. Everything else had to be smuggled in by guards to create the new crack empire, so that guards could make, I don't know, an extra couple $100 a week. Taking 20s smuggled in through visitation to go buy dollar bugler packs to bring them in, so the inmates could sell those dollar bugler packs for like $40. Right, so they could double their money. Anyway, you get the idea. Anyway, regardless. So I'm like, yeah, okay. Yeah, yep, I have a, yeah, just grab one. That's fine. So he lights it up, right? He's like, oh my God, because apparently the entire time I had been at church, he'd been sitting there in the cell fiending, but he didn't steal any of those cigarettes that he goddamn well knew were up there, right? He didn't take anyone, but as soon as I got back, he's like, "Man, got any cigarettes, man? Got any cigarettes, man? Got any?" Yeah, you know, he's like, He's like the heroin addict doing this shit, right? And I said, yeah, there's one up there. Just grab one, light it up. That's fine. And he went to hand it to me. And you know what I told him? I said, this is a quote. And I do remember this quote specifically from... Fuck. 95, 2005... 30 years ago. Roughly 30 years. 31 years ago, 29 years, whatever. It doesn't really matter. And I said, nah, you go ahead. I don't think I smoke anymore. I haven't smoked since. I'm actually not kidding. I am not making that up. You would have seen me smoke at some point over the last 10, 15 years, right? I was smoking two packs of Camel non-filters. I was looking for that crack in a cigarette, right? I didn't smoke. I never smoked again. I literally never smoked again. It wasn't the praying to deliver me from smoking. It wasn't, please God, give me the willpower to quit. It was, I can't do this. If you don't take it away, I'm going to get in trouble. And as soon as I admitted that, God's like, you get it. Okay, cool. And he took it away. And when I say took it away, I mean, there's no way I would give that up. I haven't smoked since. That is an actual true story. I am not making this shit up. So, can't tell me shit. That's all the evidence I need. Because I knew me then. Just coming off an addiction where I had a fucking $300 a day habit. The only reason I sold dope to destroy other people's lives was so that I could have enough dope to do myself. Steal and rob and shit. Would I have killed somebody? I would have. I would have then. I 100% would have. I absolutely would have. Did I deserve death at that time? Yep. Looking back, I would have said, if you'd have killed me right there, I said probably good call. Just to be honest. But spared. Like Paul, like David, all these examples, and those examples aren't there for nothing. Something there. There's a type somewhere in the scripture that will scream out and tell you about yourself. It will read your life story from 2,000 years before you were ever even born. Maybe 4,000 years. It'll read your life story. That's facts. If you can relate to it and try to get right, I'm not going to say it can happen. It'll happen. If you try. You just have to try. Regardless of where you're at. If you got everything and you know everything and you're plush and you're a millionaire and shit, the world is your oyster and you're fucking Scarface 2.0, I hate to say it, you're going to learn the hard way. That shit doesn't go anywhere. That will not work for you, but whatever. Anyway.
This is your call.
So I have your word. I tell you, and you let me go.
Yes, you have my word.
Her name is Verania. She is in Carinus, serving a magister by the name of Ahriman.
A servant, not a slave.
She's not a slave.
You understand how
believe you.
How bright a light shines? And I'm not talking about myself. I'm talking about an inexplicable, obviously
here.
defying even science, right? Event. You know how bright that shines in the most toxic, disgusting fucking environment that you can actually imagine in your entire life? I'm talking about the character, the spirit, the oozing of the nature of the people around you, and that's not judging anything. It's just, it's a sewer. I mean, it's supposed to be a sewer. It's prison, right? It's supposed to be a sewer. Okay, so don't get all judgy on me, because I'm not judging on them. I'm just saying that's what it was. It was a constant flood of hate, violence, manipulation, perversion, corruption, every bad thing And it was glorified to where you either embraced it or you denied it entirely. And I don't know, part of me is like, I was there long enough, and then overly long, in my opinion, that I started to embrace some of the things that I had just completely discarded. And, you know, gambling, bullshitting, let profanity just creep back into my vocabulary. You know, I'm sure there was a point where I was holier than thou, but overall I was not holier than thou. But I just remember just corruption creeping in. I mean, maybe bringing me down to earth type of thing. Not like I was heavenly or anything. I'm just saying bringing me down to where, you know, at the end of the day, though, it was like there was more to be ashamed about. And there was more to be like, now I accept things and I know better that those things are bad, and I just kind of allow them in my life. And that's definitely a lack of discipline. And that's definitely a thing today. I'm just being candid. It says commit your faults one to another. I don't need to make full confessions to you guys, and I wouldn't trust people I don't know with really most things. But none of this is a weapon against me. This is my, what would you say, shield or my armor, if nothing else. So I'm totally cool with that. I'm not being stupid about it. I'm just saying that's kind of where that went. Kind of wonder. I guess it doesn't really matter. I guess what happened was supposed to happen, right? I mean, here I am now, and I would have never seen myself think close to this. Shit. Yeah. I don't know.
Another negotiation won.
Crazy, though.
Good job, Fen.
Oh, you think that was a good idea? This could be a trap. Daenerys could have sent Hadriana here to tell me about this sister. Even if he didn't, trying to find her would still be suicide. Daenerys has to know about her and has to know that Hadriana knows. But all that matters is I finally got to crush this bitch's heart. May she rot, and all the other mages with her.
And here I thought you were unreasonable.
This doesn't mean we shouldn't look for your sister.
What else should it mean? Even if I've found my sister, who knows what the Magisters have done to her? What has magic touched that it doesn't spoil?
True story. Even your uncle Gamlin sees that later. The exact same thing. This fucking magic. What is this curse? What is this? This woke ideology. That you can constantly drain your fellow man of all their life essence for your own gain and disguise it with virtue signaling and socialism and all that. That has obviously never worked before. Just saying. I'm still not convinced that I haven't taken Fenris to the gallows.
I've been thinking about what happened with
I mean, I took him there twice. He didn't say anything.
I took out my anger on you, undeservedly so.
The only point of the cutscene is I don't even think it's Codex. I think it's just
I'm sorry.
Approval, right?
People take their frustrations out on me all the time.
You are generous. When I was still a slave, Hadriana was a torment. She would ridicule me, deny my meals, hound my sleep. Because of her status, I was powerless to respond, and she knew it. The thought of her slipping out of my grasp now. I couldn't let her go. I wanted to, but I couldn't.
I'm glad you killed her then.
I should be happy now that Hadriana is dead. Instead, I feel nothing but disquiet. This hate. I thought I'd gotten away from it. But it dogs me no matter where I go. To feel it again. To know it was they who planted it inside me. It was too much to bear. But I didn't come here to burden you further.
We're friends, Fenris.
I'm not certain I know what that is.
Oh, you'll get it eventually. Right on, bro.
There's an elven woman here, Monsieur.
There's, Sid, there's,
Greetings, mistress. Your home was difficult to find. I've never been out on my own before, but I found it. Many people know of you.
Can you imagine never being never been unchained, always been in a cage?
Not as good as Papa, but
Always been you always have to look down at your feet. You can never look up. You have to follow every shouted order and be treated like a fucking subhuman piece of meat and all this and that. You got to be treated like somebody with a MAGA hat by a woke person. And then all of a sudden, you got to make your own way through a world you were never allowed to navigate to go someplace. And you know what? You know what's probably the first thing on her mind? If she doesn't show up here, she's going to be in trouble and whipped or fucking bled and murdered like her father. And she's not even allowed to grieve for her father because if she does so, she might get whipped for it. Can you imagine that kind of... how bad that is? Like, I mean, really take that into account. Like, that's a realistic scenario there on what this girl actually dealt with. But she had enough balls about herself to actually make it and show up. And now, and you could be a complete piece of shit. But you know what you do? I'm going to pay you. I'm going to give you enough money to go buy a pretty dress in the market if you want to. Or save. Maybe you can find a boyfriend. Maybe eventually go marry that boyfriend. And you know what? I'll pay the fucking dowry. And I'll pay a little bit extra so that when you have your first little baby, your little free baby, then they can have a good life. That's what I would do here. If I was rich, like Hawk, oh, absolutely, 100%. Oh, I would redeem this woman and let her go be herself. Find some way to make that happen. 100%. If I didn't do that, I'll just say, you know, I'm about to go kill myself, so just take what I got. You're in my will, and I just go kill myself. If I couldn't do that, then, yeah. Well, I mean, maybe not be that drastic, but that would be kind of the general idea.
If you're staying here, Orana, it will be as my servant.
You mean I won't be a slave anymore?
No.
You'll be paid, like anyone else.
A slave is all I've ever been.
She has no idea what to even do with that.
Me. I'll try to be a good servant. Thank you, mistress. You're too good to me.
Yeah. There's some justice there, right? Like, that's a good thing. If you're trying, you hope you get a little bit of help along the way. She says, I'll try. Okay, give her help along the way. I'm not going to run around looking for a dust fleck on the thing, knowing she was a slave, so I can just fucking abuse her. No, I'll be like, okay, well, mansion's not falling down yet, and she's alive, and she's not being tortured by fucking slavers anymore, so I think the world's a good place. Just saying. Store anything? Still got that. That's such a piece of shit. It's not the worst bow. But actually, hang on to that. I've already got these set up too, so I've already bought runes for everything that I actually want. That's kind of cool. Who was asking about stamina? Was that T-Verse, I think? Asked about stamina. Notice they're all gone. I really don't want to go buy any either. I hope to find some. Let's see. So we got that. Let's do this. Hey guys, man, we all got quiet. I'm 100% okay with talking about things. I'm a firm believer that something, because I've experienced it a billion times, something that can be heard that goes against the grain of everything you think and believe, but all those things you think and believe were passed on by somebody else. It's not your thoughts, it's their thoughts. It's not your beliefs, it's their beliefs. And then I do know, I don't believe I know, that the truth can cut through all that stuff. And any opportunity to share that in a conversational manner, if that's what you want to call this or not, whatever, doesn't really matter at this point. Any opportunity should not be exploited or quote unquote taken advantage of.
The Egregio.
But
I've been saving
if you got a chance to pull a few seeds out of your bag and throw them on some rocky ground,
the anniversary of my escape.
You never know what will come up, right?
Astia Vala Firmundis.
Life is funny like that.
To hear the story?
I'd like that.
Let's see. You've heard of Saharan? The Imperium and the Qunari have fought over the island for centuries now. I was there with Daenerys during a Qunari attack. I managed to get him to a ship, but there was no room for a slave. I was left behind. I barely got out of the city alive.
There's nothing like war for covering one's escape.
I had no intention of escaping. That time. There are rebels in the Saharan jungles called Fog Warriors. They found me and took me in, nursed me back to health. I stayed with them for a time, until Daenerys finally came for me.
You know, it's as a, well, I mean, damn, if I've been doing this more than 10 years, at least I'm a streamer, right? There's a dynamic, and it's noticeable. It's like actually, I mean, it's almost visual, where you cross from the line from entertainment or playing a game that we all mutually like. If you're here, you probably like the game, or you're at least curious about it. Cool. But then throwing some stuff that you know goddamn well the world not only hates, and it considers it taboo at this point, which is crazy. I live in a Christian nation that considers anything biblical taboo. And one of the things I love about RPGs is it brings up real life scenarios. It's a role-playing game. And the richer the world, the more dynamic the world, the closer it is going to be to stuff that you face on a daily basis. And I'm not talking about killing a dragon or, you know, slaughtering a blood mage in 3 seconds. I'm not talking about that. What I'm talking about is just the story, the lore, and situations you run into and decisions you make. I guess it's all about the decisions, right? That's why RPGs hype their decision-making tree. Like The Witcher 3, for example, where it's all just cut and dry and you're going to wind up in the same place anyway. But you could say the same thing about Dragon Age games and Mass Effect games and whatever. Mass Effect was, I think, the purest of the decision making in a sense that your last decision actually mattered and it could undo all of your previous decisions, both good and bad. Like, let's say you have 10 opportunities to do the right thing, save the world, and you do the right thing 9 times, and then the 10th time you get it wrong. Well, I don't care whether the first 9 times were luck or not, but the bottom line is the world still dies based on that one decision. You got right is right, and then you got everything else, right? And so, I mean, these obvious lessons can be brought up. Probably, it doesn't have to be an RPG necessarily. These are story-driven RPGs, though. So lots of politics, lots of religion, lots of ethics, lots of morals pop up. And you can discuss real-world parallels with those to give it a lot more immersion, if nothing else. But also, honestly, learn a lesson. Not from the video game. I don't think anybody's going to learn anything good from a video game for the most part. I'm not saying there's not exceptions to that rule, but I seriously doubt it. But there are things brought up that you can actually learn from, right? Decisions to be made. Why would you make them? That actually tests your character, not the character of the game. So the character of the game can actually be bad, but still give a couple good life lessons if you think to yourself, not like the sniper in Call of Duty that hides behind claymores talking about your mom when you get into the lobby, you know, of a fucking deathmatch. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about actual decisions you make based on, you know, like the fate of a character or, you know, something that's substantial, right? And RPGs can actually at least bring up the point, a topic of discussion. What I don't hear is the discussion on the topics. That's what I don't hear. I hear a lot of agreement with anything that's liberal and accepted, which is the opposite of good. And I hear a lot of being offended by that very thing which actually is good. Not just in this video game, but pretty much everywhere, which is crazy. This was written by some very, very, very hyper evil liberal people. Well, not that the people were evil, but the motive behind their writing, based on all of their comments about their writing, was evil. Okay, I'm not saying they are, but I mean, you judge a tree by its fruit, right? A good tree can't give off thorns. And a bad tree can't give off apples or oranges or whatever. You know, that's just the example right there. So you see what they say and what their works are, like what they actually do and say and what they actually promote. And then you take that as a lesson, and even then, still somehow you have enough depth in the writing and game design to actually refute the very things that they wrote, which is crazy. Like I say, Anders is supposed to be a martyr here. Okay, Anders is Satan to Jesus being a martyr based on the game's lore. And BioWare still views this thing as a martyr. So it tells you where they're coming from, but yet somehow they managed to create this pure scenario where you're actually able to acknowledge that and say that everything you learn here about Anders is like woke corruption. And the opposite of that is the truth. And that's not the Templars either, because they're as in bed with the Blood Mages as anybody else is. Whether they mean to be or not, like, that's actually a thing. So, like, these are crazy dynamics here, but still, the story writing creates an immersive quality where you're actually able to make something that actually parallels real life decisions based on ethics and morals, and it's also based on what you know about the game. If you know what Blood Mages actually are, it's a whole lot easier to make a decision about Blood Mages than it is if you sympathize with Blood Mages. If you're a woke person, what are you going to say about Trump? Whether you even have a thought about Trump or not, you're going to say what you say. The Templars are Trump, and the Blood Mages are woke. If you want to make just an obvious, 100% pure, accurate parallel, that would be. And this game was written almost 15 years ago, which is kind of crazy. That's a lot of foresight into how things were going to actually be, right? That's kind of crazy when you think about it. I'm back. Oh man, absolutely nothing about the stream has been about Dragon Age, except for killing a couple things. I mean, what does Hawk say? I've killed so many things.
Were you with these folk warriors willingly?
I'd grown fond of the rebels. They bowed to no master and fought for their freedom. It was beyond my experience. When Daenerys came, they refused to let him take me. He ordered me to kill them, so I did. I killed them all.
Why would you do such a thing?
It felt inevitable.
You know what we haven't
My
done?
master had returned, and
Which is actually a lot of fun. We haven't done any of the nighttime thugs.
But once it was done...
Not really.
I looked down at their bodies. I felt... I couldn't. I ran, and never looked back.
This can't be easy to talk about.
I've never spoken about what happened to anyone. I've never wanted to. Perhaps this is what it means to have a friend.
Too much wine.
Might want to take it easy on that bottle.
It's the last one, I swear. To you, Hawk, may I fight at your side for years to come.
And the clinching factor is he'll actually say that to you if you're a mage. As long as it's just not just a complete piece of shit. Let's see. Oh, wow. What the hell did she get an extra? I'll bet you it's from a sword or some shit. Or maybe an amulet? Wow. Okay, we'll figure it out. None of that hurts. Like that's okay, that tree is actually done. She's actually taking 10% of our damage. But then she reduces it by 5% more. She's got so much damage resistance, it's so stupid. What's this? Another 5. Okay, fuck it. I can't resist, man. I can't resist. Wait, hold on a second. I feel like I'm missing something. Like a pile of books or something. No? Alright. Whatever. Cool. Alright, let's see. What do we still gotta do? It's all main shit stuff. Go to Darktown. Darktown. We gotta do the nighttime thugs. That's at the docks at night too. That's gonna take an ambush away from us, but it's a quest that's unique here, so we'll get a little bit extra for it. Okay, but like, oh shit. It's hard to remember where we've actually been and not been. That's the hardest part, I think. Definitely been here.
You're selling the assets of Javaris Tintop?
We are. Limited districts, limited contracts. Keeps territory clear and separate from the start. He had a meager lot, but he skipped with dues outstanding, so up it goes.
Sounds like he's made a few friends. Can one of them point me his way?
Ask that about anyone else, I'd have you thrown out. This one, he owes me too. Javaris left in a hurry.
Are these all Ferelden women?
Smuggler's cut, if he's avoiding patrol.
In Kirkwall?
It empties at a cave outside town. Tell him I said, don't come back.
Why does she try to sound all shitty, shitty Irish British at the end? Why does she try to do that? That makes no sense. See, that's bad voice acting. See, Joe Wyatt is perfect voice acting. That's dog asshole voice acting. Just saying. Try to sound really bad Irish and British all at the same time, making no sense. Just what the Jake Black, that's... I always thought that was one of the Isabella things too, but apparently it's not. Okay, this one ends in all those assassins. Right?
These patients need me more than anyone in Hightown.
Shut up, bitch.
I brought you something. It's shiny and subversive.
Shiny and subversive.
You got me a gift. I hardly think I've done anything to deserve that.
No, you're 100% correct. You've done nothing to deserve a gift in your entire life.
That's a Tevinter Chantry amulet. Do you want me to get executed?
Yes!
It's sacrilege to wear those in any land under the
seriously
Divine.
want you to get executed.
The Divine condemned their chantry because it freed mages from the Circle. I thought you might sympathize.
I like it. Maybe not on the outside of my clothes. I'm not that eager to face the hangman's noose.
Man, if the hangman's noose would have consumed her...
I've never really thought about what
do you
life
have
would be like
any
in a
idea
chantry.
how many innocent lives would have been saved?
They make it sound like the void itself.
If
the Black Divine,
Orsino and Anders' blood magic conspiracy didn't kick off.
I haven't noticed too many of either in Kirkwall.
And fewer every day, I suspect. I appreciate the gift.
He said,
perhaps one day I can return one as meaningful.
Piece of pedo filth. Anders is a piece of pedo filth. Okay, sorry. No, actually, I'm not sorry. But let me just go ahead and say, Anders makes your babysitter let me put it this way. Anders is better than Michael Jackson in all of its glory as your babysitter. You gonna let Anders babysit your kids? Maybe you're the one supposed to be executed, not Anders. You know what? Let's just, if you allow Anders to babysit your kids, you and Anders need to be executed immediately at the least taxpayer expense possible. That I'll say that. That's 100% true. So I guess we're going on this, but I feel like... you know what? Fuck it. Alright, let's see. Just fuck it. Got that. That's good fire damage, actually. Probably get rid of both of those. Sitting here watching my folks' stuff. In a way. It's actually kind of endearing. I'm not gonna lie. Can't do.
Rather die down here than in the
Oh my god, this is so bad. Right. All right. Well, this is actually annoying. You know what?
This is some of the most expensive real estate in Kirkwall. Usually paid for in body parts.
I appreciate the chill stream, man. I really appreciate it. Alright, well, if that's the case. Let's see. Where are we at? You know, it's Christmas night, and it's been fantastic. Anybody who wanted to come spend a few moments of their Christmas. Either way, man. If you get double, triple covers, blankets, or whatever for your stuff, then we're just gonna be immersive, man. We'll just maintain an immersive thing. Got plenty of quest stuff, but damn.
Kunari don't never
So
get sick.
that's the
Maybe give him a turn in the keep.
that's Dumont with fangs. It's just another. You know what? We're just gonna go ahead and destroy this piece of shit. True story. Nice. No, thank you. It's you guys that make it, not me. The crazy thing is, I have the least part to do with it. What? Pay the internet bill and try to play the game the best you can? That's my job? That's not so bad. That's not so bad. Sometimes it sucks, but it's not so bad. No, like it really sucks sometimes. But it's not so bad. True story. All right, so let's see what we got. Now, let's see, what are we actually dealing with here? Well, it's all humans in the ambush, but you know what? Interesting. Low gains, robes, or close. Low gains close or rogue close. It's an imposter. It's an imposter. It's a two-hander. True story. That's what the game just said, so I'm just going with that. Too much mystery, man. Seriously. Everybody's hiding everybody's dope. In a way. There's a movie I actually saw that sort of plays long. Yeah, you know what? Never mind. Oh, nice. Well, we're not going to get down there before haste wears off. Nice. We could have bustled through that, but that was absolute bullshit. That was 100% bullshit. 101% bullshit. So all these underground mines and shit like that, I have to assume that it's all part of Orsino and Anders' Mage Underground, right? Why is it always Templars here? Templars don't fight mages in Kirkwall. Basically ever. Maybe Meredith does. Maybe. It not only the last resort, but when the last resort has been passed 18 fucking times and there is no other resort, then she'll fight the mages. It's not politically correct to do so. The woke have the podium, and anybody else speaking against them, they got to prove themselves. While the woke just make an accusation, and all of a sudden it stands. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? These are literally current world affairs in a 15-year-old game. So, just saying, man. Just saying. Figure out where we're actually going to cut off tonight, man. I'm so tired. I've been up since 5 o'clock this morning. That's no lie. No, actually before 5. It was like 4 something, but I've been up since 5. Tried to take a nap, but you know what? God bless, man. I got to hang out last night, sleep over, got to hang out with my family tonight. Yeah, that's a good thing. God damn it. I don't think cold is good. Or hot is good. I don't think actually hot or cold is good. I think spirit. Spirit staff. It's cold. It's a nice cold staff. It's a nice cold staff. Let's see what happens.
That's enough. Now you fall. Get back. How about you?
How about that threat, man? That threat is actually looking good.
That's enough. Make it good. I deny you. You are not Let's enough. Finish this. Go down.
See how that is so janky? That is so janky, man. Got 27 sovereigns. Oh, that'll work. That dude will try to cross us out, and not only that, play like he's the, base B alternate. Yeah, well, never mind. Nice. We get a bunch of dwarves down there, just set them on fire. The crazy thing is they're not weak to fire, but you can still burn them up if you want to. Let me get out to the other side of this. I'm probably gonna call this. I'm actually so tired, it's not even funny. Actually talking about plots in the game that aren't even here yet, so alright. Yes. Okay. Oh, God damn it, man. That's another way around, I guess. Well, hopefully that's it. We lose. Well, we at least lose our whatchamacallit, obscurity. That's just gonna wear off here in a second.
That's enough! With this.
I can do this in my sleep.
Out of range. It's too far. Go down. Get back.
I'm tired of that. That assassin bullshit, I was about tired of that. Oh my god. How big is this fucking ambush? Dude, that was like 736,000 dwarves in a 2-inch square foot radius. That's a little bit excessive, right? I mean, come on, bro. Like, what the fuck was that? Dude. Bullshit. That's cool. We got a trapped area, so at least we win, but god damn it, man. That was stupid. Still garbage. Alright, Alright, whatever. Man, dude. I'm not lying, I'm fading fast. I'm like fading, like just like try to keep my eyes open type thing. It's just there's no point in streaming like that, right?
Don't give him an inch!
There!
Die, bitch. Only 6 points. Well, there's definitely going to be some more assholes up here, right?
How about you? I'll deal with this. Go down! One less to worry about. Gotcha!
1,000. We're like just dumping hit points into something that's already dead. Like you're actually dumping hit points into something that's already dead. It's been dead 3 times over, and you're just dumping hit points into it while you can't attack anybody else. So you're allowing the game to survive 400% longer than it actually can. Because you're dumping dead damage into something that's been dead for, I don't know, since before our grandma died. You know, it's fucking ridiculous. Bitch.
Aim for the crowds! You've got to equip!
I'll deal with this.
I win. I win. It's like, yeah, bish. I'm still fighting here. All right. Nice. That's a quarter sovereign there. Or something, right? Something? All right, guys. I think I want to check both sides of this. Got that. This is where we came from, right? Yes, we just got to check the other side. There's another collectible here. I think it's something for Isabella. And or yeah, okay, deep mushroom, and that is not for Isabella. Well, maybe we already got it. Cool. Okay. What I was gonna say is I gotta go double check. There's like a big arena down here. I want to make sure I got everything. I think I did. But there won't be any more enemies down here, so it's not a big deal. Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll just go ahead and get out of this area, and then, yeah, I'm seriously probably going to call it a day. Hey, man, what time is it? Well, it's 1 in the morning, right? God damn it, man. I was hoping it was like 4 in the morning, then it would be respectable.
Nothing to worry about.
Watch this shit. Oh, god damn it. Okay.
Need to get closer.
I'll say, watch this shit and can't do anything.
Need to get closer.
Don't give him an inch!
Make it good.
I win. Dude, that assassin's mark actually works, man.
It's not doing anything.
No, we can't go to bed yet, man. We can't. Damn it. Beautiful. And just
That any way to greet an old friend?
a long last 2 days.
You?
Yeah.
Granny's garters. She would hire you.
Let's wake up, man.
I can't buy a break on discount.
Let's wake up.
You know
I don't
what?
know. I mean,
Go ahead.
I mean,
Take
is
my
everybody
hand.
kind of
Get back
faded?
to that
Is,
sodding elf.
is everybody else fading like I am? I mean, I could see the whole Christmas runoff. It's like food, presents, stuff, family. Yeah, I can totally see that. That's kind of what I'm feeling right now. Oh, did I emphasize the shirt though? You know who that is, right? That is the Biggie Fry. In Ronin armor with a katana. I need to find out what this anybody here speak Japanese? Any of you guys speak the night is young. It feels old as shit to me, but yeah. Anybody speak Japanese? Or even have like a moderate? I would really like to see what this says. I mean, I think I would have to like take a picture of it and then try to get it translated. It's really only, well, I say it's 3 characters, but it has, and I don't know what this actually means in Japanese, but it has a tab down here too, which has 3 characters in it. And they're not the same as the characters above it. Yeah, not at all. But obviously I don't have any real idea, but Any idea what that might say? It's hard to get that little bar at the bottom into focus. I think I'd have to like put it like right in the cam. It's got 3 characters. It actually has 3 characters in it as well. So like, I'm not sure if like a tab, you know, like a bar with characters actually means like a whole different thing, or if it's some kind of like emphasis or what would you call it, adjective to what's actually being said above. You know what? You guys can't figure it out. I think I'm gonna actually go try to figure out exactly what that says. But regardless, it's Biggie Fry, immortalized as a Ronin, set to avenge all of the enemies of snacks. Damn it, if you withheld snacks, you need to die. That's if you withheld snacks from anybody, anywhere, you need to die. That would be Biggie Fry Ronin. Like a feudal lord, yeah, okay, whatever. But did you have snacks? Yeah. Did you give them to anybody? No. Okay. Did you give them to any dogs? No. You have to die. That would be Biggie Ninja. Biggie Ninja the Ronin. Assassinating those who didn't distribute snacks when they should have. Oh my goodness.
What in blazes are you talking about?
Wait, you don't know? Then what? You're tracking for the Qunari? And she did it. That elf got them after me for nothing. Bitch born.
The obvious thief was perhaps a bit too obvious.
Look, I'm minding business, same old. And out of the blue, some elf tries to kill me. Says she's got the Qunari powder and I'm her cover. I slipped her, hired some bodyguards, and ran for it. And now you're here. Great.
So far, all I see is you.
Leaving the other person behind is the first step in running away. Sorry if that's inconvenient.
Sorry, that's not sarcasm. That's...
Want to drag Dark into
No, that's
light?
sarcasm.
I had a man follow her. The elf's in Lowtown.
Snack justice.
I just want to get out with my dead guards. Thanks for that.
Snack justice. Man, you know what's crazy? At least as far as I understand, this is how it happened. And this dude, man, this dude was a blessing. He was just a blessing in every sense of the word. He came up with the, because it fits. So he'd apparently tried it, and it worked. But I think it works on Origins and Dragon Age 2. It's Count Snackula, right? Which is totally my dog, right? And, he's, a black bug dog that has those beady little eyes and the soulful eyes that entrance you to give him snacks. He was Count Snackula. And the whole idea was like he'd run around with like a Cheeto bag. Fucking Cheeto bag for a cape. And if he had a uniform, it'd probably be like a turkey wrapper or a cheese wrapper, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like Count Snackula. And I thought that was the most, to this day, man, that's one of the coolest things ever.
Sounds like you have a long way to go.
Anyway,
hopefully.
Count Snackula.
Right. Got me a rosy
Biggie
future
Fry,
to plan out.
a.k.a.
Think I'll start by selling
Count
some booze.
Snackula.
Sodding bunch of
The
take a
snack
long breath,
vampire.
Short shaft, you blasted
Seducing
dog-boarding
you
rotors.
with soulful eyes to get all of your snacks. Damn, shit, I almost got 28 silver out of that shit. Okay. Alright, that's what I'm talking about. That's a thing. The ambush coming from this one is stupid, though. It's like seriously stupid. All right, so that's the gas area. I feel like fucking with that right now. Not gonna lie. We haven't done any of the nighttime thugs at all. Like any of them. Yeah, we can only get one of these. Okay, yeah, we gotta go get these. At least the Sundermount version of it. Apparently, holy shit, I think I just figured it out. You know what the cursed mirror does? It doesn't take you to the Fade. It doesn't take you to the blessed area. What do they call it? Arluvion or some shit like that? Arlethon. It doesn't take you to Arlethon. It doesn't take you to the Fade. It takes you to the Abyss. So I guess that's where that poor friend of Meryl's goes in Dragon Age Origins. Goes straight to the Abyss. Because apparently all the mirrors were linked as a way to teleport and get back and forth and do whatever, I guess, whatever, between dimensions. But those dimensions were fucked up by the creation of the Fade and the creation of the Veil and basically Solus, right? So the corrupt mirror, if used, will send you to one of those mirrors that actually drops you off into the Abyss. That's why it's considered corrupt. That's what I think. Am I wrong? Like, seriously, am I wrong? Like, seems like a completely legit explanation to me, but it could be full of shit. That's what it sounds like. Dailish Tattoo Ink. And they like respect and worship their Dailish Tattoo Ink. It's their biggest badge of shame. Dailish Tattoo Ink is what subjected all the elves to their elven magisters, I guess. I mean, Corypheus looks like an elf to me. Take a wild look at Corypheus with his red lyrium ears and shit. Looks like an elf to me, and all the Tevinters wear a headpiece that has elf ears. So Tevinter was entirely in servitude to, I'm guessing, just a couple elves that wanted the obedience not only of all their fellow elves, but everybody else too. Either come into submission or die. That's my guess.
A storm is coming. I can...
Tell me I'm wrong, that's fine, but that's kind of what I'm seeing in the game. Just saying. Nobody needs that. Need physical staff? I don't think. Hope I don't. I got fucking really good cold staffs. Holy shit. I don't know. If we get Marilyn here, do we need another one of these? That's possible. 35 attack. Damn it. Meryl doesn't need that. She's definitely getting that. Okay, so that's an upgrade. Get rid of that. So go ahead and keep that. Got a decent amount of that stuff. Oh wow, we're using Merrill, so I think we are. Snyder's pretzels? Haven't had them. But if you give me pretzels, you know what I have to have with a pretzel? And if you give me like a New York giant soft pretzel with the fucking chunks of salt that are like, I don't know, 1/8 of an inch across, you know what I'm talking about? Like the big ass New York soft pretzels. You know what I have to have? Nacho cheese. I have to have nacho cheese with that. And some mustard. Nacho cheese and mustard. I mean, mustard in a pinch, but nacho cheese and mustard. But, like, just by itself, if I had a choice, nacho cheese. Oh my God, nacho cheese and a big-ass New York soft pretzel with the big-ass chunks of salt on it. Come on, man. I'm not sure. I don't know what Snyder's is. I actually don't. I'm not going to lie. I have no idea what that is. Okay, so that takes a shit ton of our money. So let's see. 4, 3, 2, and 3. We got plenty. 4, 3, 2, and 3. Let's see. Anything else here? No. There. That would be nice, but all I have to do is get to level 17, so I think I'm pretty good. You know what I'm talking about, right? The New York soft pretzels. They're like yay big. They're like about this big around, and they're super, like, they're like tough on the outside, but they're like almost hollow on. They're not hollow, but they're almost hollow on the inside. That's what I'm talking about. Man, that's some gangster shit right there, man.
Dalish crafting is second to none.
We're not quitting yet. I don't know. I was going to, man. Dude, I almost fell asleep there for a second. I was like, okay. I only had, in the last about 40 hours, I've had like 3 hours sleep. Yeah, just kind of, I mean, Christmas is worth it. You know, spending time with family and stuff, but it was like going to sleep late and not being able to sleep, and then getting up at like before 5 in the morning, and then staying up all day. It's, yeah, kind of blah. Right. If I have regular pretzels, give me a bowl of mustard. Just yellow mustard. I'm talking about like the cheapest yellow mustard you can find. Regular pretzels, that's my shit. It's just like an excuse to eat yellow mustard. So like that's legit too. And that works with one of the big ass New York fucking giant pretzels too. It works the same way. Yeah, the small pretzels, they're crunchy, right? The big pretzels are crunchy on the outside, but soft on the inside. And then some nacho cheese with that. Oh my God. You know what? You know, I've never actually tried this. If I was on the East Coast, I probably would have tried this at this point. But the pretzel bag pretzels, there's a couple. I mean, like if Snyder's is your favorite, there's probably other brands or whatever. Have you ever tried putting them in a microwave? Do they soften up a little bit and get chewy? Honestly, I think the chewy part of it is what actually, like, is the draw of a pretzel. If it's crispy, it's like a cracker or a chip or whatever. But I think the chewy part of like a giant pretzel, if you put the smaller pretzels, which is just mini pretzels, right? If you put them in a microwave, do they get a little bit bendy? You know what I'm saying? Like, if that's a thing, dude. It's all about texture at that point, I think. I wonder. I mean, a lot of things you can throw into a microwave and it changes the whole dynamic, right? So like snack pretzels in a bag, whatever the brand, is it possible that a microwave would actually turn them into a miniature version of a giant pretzel? Give them the whole chewy outside, soft inside. You know what I'm saying? Like, does that work? You can do some shit with a microwave, man. Microwaves, well, they just do shit. They just do. It's gonna be interesting.
Unworthy. Done and down. One less against us.
We had to kill that thing 3 times to kill it once. That literally just happened right in front of your face. We had to kill it 3 times to kill it once. What if that was the first? Whatever, corpse or whatever you want to call it. And we all sunk 250,000 damage into it. Enough to kill the entire squad of corpses twice over. But since everybody was involved with that one and it cannot die, all the rest of the corpses just get to wipe my party. Is that fair? Pretty sure that's not fair, man. Just saying. Alright, we leveled up. Oh shit, okay. I lost a dex. Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, I still really, on a lot of levels, think that this is really the best way to go. I mean, they level up the same, but got the +1 to all attributes, but that's spirit damages. Half the demons we face are immune to spirit damage, and then this other one has 1 less rune slot, but it has all this critical damage, and it has all that extra damage versus demons and undead. Like, it really seems like the better deal. Unless you're facing revenants. Outside of that, yeah. And then there's always the, you know what, just roll with it. It's going to be worse here. It's going to be better there. Whatever. I get +2 dex. Over here, I get +1. Now, that +1 all attributes is actually, like, really good for, like health and shit like that. So, willpower. Yeah, whatever. So, I guess there's that. We're halfway through 16. Yes. So now, what did we take? You got that, but I really want to catch up on my basic shit. Like, personally, at least the critical chance. Well, I take that back. That's actually not okay. Right. Oh. Well, I did say I wanted to do that. That tree is filled. This tree needs something, but what I want to do, especially we're about to lose Varric, so I want to be able to cast that for myself. So I got Twin Fangs, Assassinate. I've got that and Explosive Strike. And then on the right, I've got Mark of Death. Fuck. You have to be able... God damn it. So, Mark of Death, those two. Then... it's going to be a while. Okay, cool. Oh wow. I guess we're best friends. That freaking sucks. That's fine. That's fine. That's perfect. So, no, never mind. Damn, I'm tired. It's like my eyelids feel like they're about, well, my one eyelid is heavier than all of Hawk's armor. Let's just put it that way. Nice. Leveling up wouldn't be terrible here, though. That'd actually be pretty cool. Is there an ambush here? Interesting. Oh, this is nasty. Do I save? I guess I'll save one time. Nice. Nice. You know, it'd be crazy if they start mixing in those dwarven daggers with some rune slots to make them playable throughout the game. It's gonna be okay now. It's not any better than anything I've got, but whatever. Yeah, here you go. It would be, well, even if it doesn't say dwarf. But it's going to be slightly better stats across the board. I mean, good enough for somebody else. Good chance. All right, we're going to go ahead and trash that anyway. Doesn't really matter. Damn. Yeah. You know what? Yeah. I think I faded. I'm like literally faded. My eyes are drooping. I'm not even sure I can actually speak English now. Just saying. Yeah, this is I wouldn't mind getting a little something to eat and then just going to bed. Like I said, it's been a long last 2 days, but it's been beautiful. And I hope Christmas was good to everybody one way or the other. If it seemed bad, find a good thing. If it was amazing, share it. I've been, you know what? Okay, so yeah, I'm getting off, so it's not like I don't want to hear it, but tomorrow's Friday, and Friday leads into the weekend, and well, about all we have to do is stream. So that's what we're gonna do. Anybody have something beautiful, something nice to share? Think about it. And if you're here tomorrow, share it. And remember, not everybody gets that. So maybe in such a way as, I don't know, little humility and gratitude. I'm not going to dictate the way you talk. No, you know what? Never mind. Sorry. Well, I'm not really sorry I actually said that, but yeah, to be honest, there's plenty of people that worked yesterday and worked basically the whole day, and if they had family, they didn't get to spend time with them, but they tried to, honestly, as good, decent people do, they tried to cover the costs of providing a special Christmas for somebody else that maybe they didn't get. You know what I mean? And I think all this is good shit to talk about. It's really good shit. The alternative is really bad. So, yeah, man. I don't know. If I see you guys tonight, it's after it's what? Yeah, it's 1:30 going on 2 in the morning. This is normally early for me, but honestly, I'm out of it. I've actually caught myself wandering twice. And I'm like, okay, let's try to make that make sense. What the fuck was I just doing the last 30 seconds? You know, that type of thing. So, it's just, yeah. I'd love to stream until this time tomorrow night, to be honest. I would love to. But, yeah, not gonna happen. Anyway, alright, so, hey, man. Neat. Let me know if you microwave those pretzels, let me know if they turn soft. Because then you've got, like, a life hack. Because you can now create miniature giant pretzels that you can put into friggin' nacho cheese and or mustard and just go to town. Even if you can't get giant ass pretzels, just make mini giant ass pretzels and just a whole bunch of them. And I'm thinking it might actually work. I don't know if humidity has to be involved or whatever, but it sounds pretty cool to me. All right, yeah. All right, I know we're just kind of clearing out this mountaintop here. All right, guys. I'm so sorry. I know it's early by my standards. I'm just falling asleep here. Yeah. I think I'm old enough now where severe deprivation of sleep actually doesn't allow me to stay up for 72 hours anymore. It makes me go to sleep right the fuck now. You know what I'm saying? Like, right now. Like, what is your sleep deprivation factor? It's go to sleep in the next 13 and a half minutes. Or die. You know, it's not that drastic, but anyway. But at least we have this. That's actually pretty cool. All right. You know what? Yeah, that's fine. Good night, everybody. Merry Christmas. In my opinion, Christmas carries on until January 2nd. I mean, if evil, perverted pieces of shit can get a month, and our veterans can only get a day, then I think the Creator, Lord God Jesus Christ of, well, everything in the universe and everything that's in it can at least get a week. And if you don't like that, go fuck yourself. All right. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Yeah. All right. Good night, guys. I'm going to go try to scrape together something to eat. Tonight, we just ordered a shit ton of beer and didn't order any food, but I think I have something edible in there. And if there's yellow mustard involved, it's a winner. It's totally good. If not, still, either way, man. We all had a... Man, I hope you all had a good Christmas, man. I really do. Hope you all had something special. Even if it didn't seem that way, I hope you guys did. Maybe we can talk about it tomorrow too, right? Anyway. Well, thanks for the support to everybody who's here. Blood, if you're still here, that was friggin' amazing. That was a hell of a send-off. And, yeah. I'll talk to you guys later tonight, I guess. Now, it's friggin' Friday now, right? Friday! All right. Good night, everybody.